Yes, we were born to be alive. Born to be alive. Yes, we were born, yes, we were born to be alive. Born to be alive. Yes, we were born to be alive. Born to be alive. Yes, we were born to be alive. Born to be alive. Yes, we were born.
Oh ho 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 ho. Oh ho 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 ho. Hee hee hee. Hoo ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Hee 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 hee. Ho 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 ho. Hee 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 hee. Where's Be My Lover? Oh yeah, he wanna be my lover. Oh yeah, he. Ba da ba dee ba da ba da. Ba da ba dee ba da ba da. Hey everybody, welcome back. Hey everybody, welcome back. I need a haircut. Welcome back to I Need a Haircut, starring me. Guest starring you. Hey everybody, welcome back. Where have I been? Good question. Good question. Heard you were camping. It's true, we went camping. We floated down the river. It was a good time. I came back, I was all tired. Somebody was blaring Be My Lover driving through the neighborhood near my work yesterday. I couldn't believe it. The universe works in mysterious ways, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Don't it? Don't it? Donut? Hey, guess what? I didn't come empty-handed today. In response to my absence, I decided I would not come empty-handed today. So we're gonna have a little talk about emotional intelligence later. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? Started my master's program this week. I already have beef with someone, and I offended the Italians. What'd you do? Break your spaghetti? Like, if you go on the internet, you go on YouTube, breaking spaghetti in front of Italian, they have entire compilations of it. I mistranslated a word and called pizza trash. I have a hot take. I've never tried Italian pizza, but I don't know. Apparently you have to eat it with a knife and fork.
Che cazzo? Sara, ma tu sei pazza!
What?
Sara, tu...
What?
It's enough, and we don't... I have to eat this shit pasta so short.
What do you mean? I just...
This is not spaghetti, my love, come on.
It doesn't fit in the
You don't
pan.
understand me. No, you can't cut the pasta so...
But it just didn't fit in the pan.
I don't go in the pan, my love. You cut the pasta. You know that is illegal in Italy.
Is this enough for both of us? Is this enough?
I get really mad when people break spaghetti too. Are they cooking for you? If they're cooking for you, you shouldn't get mad at them. Even if they fuck it up. Even if they burn something, you shouldn't get mad at them if they're cooking for you. Does it taste different if you break it? No, it's just not as long. It's just not as long. You're supposed to just stick the pasta in the water, and then in a few seconds it'll get soft enough to put the rest of it in the pot. That's what you're supposed to do. Don't show this image to an Italian. Don't show this image to an Italian. But in America, we actually sell small spaghetti. Shh. Don't let that Italian see this. Don't show this to an Italian, they might have a... It's kind of satisfying to... You know? I get it. Like, I get it. You can just break it. The thing is, you don't have to break it. You don't have to break it. You just put the whole length of spaghetti and you just stick half of it in the pot, and then in like 10 seconds it'll be soft enough to just put it all in the water. What was that blinking noise? Did you hear that? What was that noise? Was that the song? What was that? Combo started. You have 1 minute left to join. Oh, Leftward Host started a combo. Okay, that's what that noise was. Oh. I had never heard that noise before. This was news to me. Okay, alright. Whoa! Treasure Train, this is new. What is a combo? It's some sort of new Twitch thing. We're comboing. Thank you for the bits, Leftward Ho. Combo ended. Level 0 achieved. That was quick. I don't understand what that was, how it works. I didn't know it would make a noise. I am sorry. No, it's fine. Don't apologize. Whatever you do, don't apologize. I was just confused. That's all. The new sound just dropped. All right, let's check it out. Anyway, if you want to trigger an Italian in your life, just send them a picture of pot-sized spaghetti. Like, hey, what do you think of this? They'll be like, Mamma mia. Mamma mia. I have an Italian friend. He lives in New York. His parents are like first generation Italians. Having family dinner at them was so fun. I really loved it. I had so much fun. Combo level 2 achieved, 125. I don't know what any of this means. I low-key think Italian food is kind of mid. Yeah, because you're eating Italian food in Sweden. Have you had it outside of Sweden? Combo level 3 achieved. I don't know what we did. I don't know how that happened. It just said it did. In Italy? Well, fair enough. Some Italian meals are among the best foods. Chicken parmesan, lasagna. It means that images will pop up on the top of the chat. That's kind of what it sounds like. It's... I don't know. Click on stuff. See what it does. Maybe I'm right. Or maybe as a Swede, a lifetime of eating tinned fish has permanently altered your palate. Where's the brininess? Where's the pungent aroma? I'm just talking shit today, apparently. I need to... Such a huge range in pizza quality. I've had some great pizza in New York City. New York has some really good pizza. That style of pizza is probably my favorite. You know, thin, crispy, maybe it got a little bit of a char on it. Nothing too crazy, just good ingredients. German food. German food can be good. If you like schnitzels and sausages and spätzle. Ooh, another plink. Combo ended. Times 78. Level 3 achieved. I wish I knew what any of that meant. Thank you, CatDev. Thank you, Leftward Ho. Chat, what's your favorite cuisine of the world? If you had to ask me, I would say some of the top cuisines. Indian. Because when you cook Indian food, you are probably taking all day to make it. You're gonna cook it low and slow, and it's gonna just overwhelm you with flavor in a good way. Korean food, Japanese food, Chinese food, all good in their own ways. Italian is up there. Mexican. Turkish food. I love Turkish food, but there aren't enough places around me to get good kebab. I just want a good kebab. That's what I want. I want a nice doner. The Germans know. The Germans know. Oh, yeah. I'm not even hungry, but I just want to look at these pictures. Mmm. What's that? This is a doner kebab. They make it on a big spit where they pile up all the meat and then it chars the outside and then they slice it off with a big... It almost looks like a sword. Imagine a pita bread that's full of just all of the crispy bits from this giant meat tower. With some fresh vegetables and some yogurt sauce. Is this an AI donor? What the fuck? What is this doing here? Get this out of here. I don't want to see this. Why do I need fake pictures of donor? There's already countless real pictures of donor. It's similar to Greek food. Yeah, what you'll notice is that a lot of cuisines tend to blend together. Robbie P! How was Peak? I saw you stream it early, climbing up that mountain. Welcome in, sweet peas. I love you too, my friend. I love you too. Greeks like to steal Turkish islands and food, eh? No, the thing is, food is a language all of its own. And you can't really claim cultural identity to one specific food because everybody's gotta eat. And if it's good food, it's good food. yeah, a doner kebab is a lot. It's very similar to like a gyro. Just don't tell them that. Just don't go to a kebab shop and be like, oh, this is just like a gyro, because they might be like, they might give you some Italian hands. But what is that meat? It depends. Sometimes it's a mix of like beef and lamb. Sometimes it's just chicken. You know, you can get different types. Shawarma too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're just talking about food for some reason. That just sounded fun. But no, I think that food is a unifier between people. You know, we shouldn't use it to draw lines. We should use it to unify. You know, I think about like the Middle East, and I think of that Anthony Bourdain No Reservations episode where he goes to Palestine and he goes to Israel, and he sees that all of these people are all eating the same foods, and yet they're all claiming that they invented the foods. It's like, I just don't like to see food being used to divide people, you know? Like, who cares who invented falafel? Let's get together and eat falafel together. You know, cooking good food for somebody, that's a love language in and of itself. Cooking good food for people is one of my love languages. You know, you come over, I want to cook you some good ass food. That's just one of the ways I like to say I love you. Always wanted to try shawarma? Do it. Do it. Going out and trying new foods is a great way to like break out. You know, if you've been stuck in your routines or you've been stuck inside and you want to like, you're looking for a reason to get out and go on a little adventure, Culinary Quest. Pickled herring sandwiches goes harder than you'd think. But why does it have to look like that? You eat with your eyes first. That's what they say. You eat with your eyes first. My eyes don't like what they're tasting. Looks like home. Oh. Well, you know what looks like home to me is a... This is about as American as you can get right here. I would try pickled herring, don't get me wrong. I'm not the type to, you know, not try stuff. I would try it. Just maybe if I go to Sweden. Maybe if I'm in Sweden one day. Like, sure, let me try some of that. Let me try some of your pickled fish. All right, we've got a presentation today. We're going to be talking all about emotional intelligence. I would say that you're already an emotionally intelligent bunch. Got some questions. We got like 2 questions in the box, so not in any hurry, not in a huge rush. We'll get there in a second. We'll get there in just a minute. Smoked fish. Smoked fish? I can get behind. Like a good smoked fish. What comes to mind when I say emotional intelligence? What's the first thing that pops in your head? Maturity, patience, empathy, avoiding emotional minefields. These are all good examples of what goes into being emotionally intelligent. Yeah. My sister, what about her? Patience. True. It's about knowing when to hold them, knowing when to fold them, knowing when to walk away, and knowing when to run. We'll get to that in a few. We'll get to that in a few. We're going to take a look in the question box and see what's rattling around in there. Sound like lyrics? It was the late Kenny Rogers, the gambler. Well, howdy, everyone. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on. That's where we're going. That's the angle we're taking. All right. Well, howdy, everyone. I come with good news. Number 1, I left a question about how, while unemployed, I was unable to get aroused for my partner of 5 to 6 years. We had a whole month or 2 dry spell because I don't get turned on by broke boys, and it was actually kind of annoying. Actually, good for you. Good for you, actually. That's... Can you hear that? That's Mother Nature cheering you on. That's evolution in action. You don't get aroused by broke boys. That's a step further in human development. You are highly evolved. Because let me tell you, there's too many people that are just, fuck it, just go ahead, just have at it. You know, let's have a baby even. It's like, About to be a broke boy soon, sigh. Just don't go getting anybody pregnant. It's the last thing you need when you're a broke boy. Did my music stop? Hello? Nope. Nope. It's just a 30-second silent period at the end of that song for some reason. I don't know why they do this to me. Well, fast forward, he gets hired like 2 days after I asked the question in chat. The dry spell was cured that night, needless to say. I like to think that chat had something to do with it. Chat, give yourselves a round of applause. I think this is yours. I think, you know, chat just sent you that energy. They helped you to manifest this. And so, that's a chat W for you. You got somebody employed and you got somebody laid. So, give yourselves a hand. Good news number 2. Well, I am very excited to share that I am beginning my journey of studying for and taking the MCAT to receive my lifelong dream of becoming a doctor. That's another W for you. I just turned 28 and am considered a non-traditional student at 28. Damn, they're really like lowering the level of like traditionality for students. Like 28? Like, when did I graduate from grad school? Like, I had to have been close to that age myself. Anyway, going in a little bit further along in life and actually having some real world experience instead of just being like stymied into that, you know, educational route, you know, because these people who are like career students, it's like they went to elementary school and then they went to middle school and then they went to high school and then they went straight into college and then they went straight into graduate school. It's like their world is school. And so you'll be able to view it a little bit differently than them. Non-traditional students tend to perform just as good, if not better, than their peers. The age difference doesn't mean anything. In fact, it could actually work in your favor. I remember when I was in graduate school, there were a lot of like older adults in the program as well, and they were all very experienced, very wise. A lot of them had like 10, 15, 20 years of experience in their respective field. I want to be a librarian or a historian. Where's your local library? Is it within walking distance? Can you walk down there and just introduce yourself? See what's posted on their little cork board? Maybe they have little, actually, libraries have all sorts of like little, I always forget the fucking library. Whenever we're talking about how to meet friends, I always forget about the library. Libraries have like community events all the time. It's a great place to just go and just hang out and meet people. I don't want to get too derailed because I want to get back to the question, but helping people get out there and make friends is something I'm very passionate about. Just turned 28 and am considered a non-traditional student. However, I think these life experiences will enhance my chances of getting into school. Yeah, I don't see how it would... Yeah, I think it's totally fine. Totally fine. A lot of faculty and professors even prefer older students sometimes. Like, there are pros and cons to being, you know, younger versus older in an educational environment. How am I today? Oh, I'm good. I put the cowboy hat on because this question said, howdy everyone. Then it made me want to put the hat on. I think these life experiences will enhance my chances of getting into school. Yep, and I think you'll also be able to come into it a little bit wiser. Because what you develop in school is intellect. You are learning facts, you are learning statistics, you are learning theory, you are gaining an intellect. But it's life that teaches you wisdom. It's something that you accumulate over time. Intellect is the tool, and wisdom is knowing how to use the tool. You know, anybody can pick up a hammer and, you know, anybody can do that, but not everybody can do it without knocking a hole in the wall, or smashing one of their fingers, or missing the nail entirely and just, oops. Then you got a perfect little circle in your drywall. I'm hoping they are intrigued by my ability to overcome obstacles and keep going. This stubbornness will come in handy for something. I swear I was born for this profession. They're gonna see that you're hungry for it, and that's gonna go a long way. That's really important. You know, like educators, coaches, they like to see when people have that hunger in them, you know? Because there are going to be a lot of people there who are just like, it's just where I'm supposed to be. It's just the next step onwards in my academic journey. Some people just get very used to being in school, and so they're just like, I'm just here. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. Anyway, wishing you the best of luck. I think everything's gonna be just fine. You know, take some time to think about the reasons why you want to be a doctor, or your passions. You know, you've got that energy, you got that hunger. Take some time to just put it into words and prepare to, you know, because whenever you apply to these types of programs, sometimes you have to do interviews, sometimes you have to write essays, you have to be able to communicate, you know, like, who are you and why do you want to be here? Why do you want to be in this program? Why do you want to work in this field? So just start putting those feelings into words. Hell yeah. We're off to a good start. Is the real life? Just gonna drop that one on me right there. You're just gonna drop this on me like this? Is the real life? Probably. I mean, I think so. I don't know about you, but, you know. What do you think? What if life is a simulation? Does it matter? Could be, could not be. I don't think our brains are really fully capable of understanding what exists above and beyond us. That's kind of like one of your skin cells knowing who you are and what you're all about and what your intentions are. It's like, no, it's just preoccupied with skin cell doing skin cell shit. Just like you, human doing human shit. like to think upwards, to think above and beyond you, it's like, maybe my monkey mind is just not capable. A lot of people try, though. A lot of people try. And it's worth trying, you know, just turn your mind to that which is above and beyond you and see how that makes you feel. When you turn your mind above and beyond you, it can give you some clearer insight into your own psychological underpinnings. Let me give you an example. What would it say about a person if their conceptualization of a creator, of a god, of a force that exists above and beyond them, if they thought of that as an angry father? What would that say about their psychological underpinnings? I think what we've got on our planet is a lot of different people worshiping different faces of the same source. So the question that I've found is, which of those faces do you want to look at? Which of those faces do you want to give a big smooch? None, thank you. But what about the one that looks like you? What about the one that looks just like you? Or one that you think is really cute? Or the ones that make you feel a deep, profound sense of love? What about the ones that make you feel like you're right at home? If that which exists above and beyond all of us is infinite, or as near as infinite as possible, that would include an infinite amount of bad stuff. That would also include an infinite amount of good stuff. A baby pic of me on my desk to remind me to be kind to myself. It's a good strat. It's a good strat. Good and bad is a distinctly human social construct, though. Doesn't matter. That just means that I get to choose which side I get to turn my focus towards. Doesn't matter if I'm constructing it. Can't fault myself for living within the confines of my own mind. Can't fault a human for obeying human constructs. It's our thing. It's what we do. Asking a human to be more than human is a big ask. And I don't think a lot of people are cut out for it. It's scary. It's frightening. It's confusing. Doesn't stop many of us from trying. This might sound silly, but I really think that the meaning of life is vibing, having experiences, learning from them, and sharing what you learned. Now, what about that is silly in the slightest? I don't see anything silly with that at all. Isn't it human to try to do more, though? Or try to be/do more? For some humans, but for some humans, the point is to just be lazy and to just dwell and stagnate and ruminate. Humans make a lot more sense when you understand that we are full to the brim of paradoxes. You have to find comfort with that paradox. I think my life work is being a soft landing place for people. How do you feel about that? Would you agree that the world could use more compassion? Do you believe that the quality of human life on average would improve if everybody were able to be a bit more compassionate? Then be more compassionate. Be the change you wish to see. If you want to make the world a more compassionate place, you simply have to make yourself a more compassionate person. And then hopefully other people get inspired by your actions. And then they're like, you know what, I want to be a little bit more compassionate too. And guess what? That's how you do the thing. It's the only way to do the thing. There's no other way to make the world a unilaterally more compassionate place. What are you gonna do? Rally everybody together? Get them all together? Point guns at them? Be like, be compassionate or else. No. Work is done in here. You be more compassionate, it ripples outwards. I have to start with me. You have the honor of starting within the privacy of your own heart. That is true. Suga, thank you for subscribing, by the way. I missed that. I was rambling about something. Suga, thank you. Girl Gone Wild, thank you for the 13 months. Miss Poopy's here. How's it going, baby? How you doing? It's a good kitty. How can I talk or stop my father from making comments about body hair? He would say even having stubble on the armpits is gross. He would say, when are you going to shave your armpits, even when there's barely anything there? I tried talking to him if hair grows, it's there for a reason. I've been growing out my hair just because he's been commenting more, LOL. Skinner Bug, thank you for the 23 months. Alright. I'm gonna tell you what I would do. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub. First off, this is just... Alright. Alright. Okay. What you might want to do is be like, Dad, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what the fuck do you care about my armpits? Like, why is that any of your fucking business? Like, comment on my body hair whenever you do something about, and then point out something that he's insecure about on his body. That's probably what you want to do, but that's not what we're gonna do. That's not what we're gonna do, because that's just gonna turn it into a conflict. And that might not always be productive. What I would do is I would ask questions to get him to explore his beliefs about why you need to have shaved pits. Because ultimately, it's kind of weird. Like, why does he care? But we want him to figure that out on his own instead of just pointing it out to him, because then he's not going to accept it as true. He's going to get defensive and he's going to shut down. So what I would say is, Dad, why do you care so much? And then just see what he has to say. And then just continue to ask him why. Like, okay, but why? Like, go as far down into his belief as you can until you get to a point where you're like, Dad, don't you think that's just kind of strange or unnecessary? Because that's what it is. It's strange and unnecessary. And you want him to get to that conclusion on his own. And the way that you do that is by exploring his beliefs with him. Why do you believe that? Why does it matter to you? Well, women need to shave their armpits because of these reasons. Like, okay, but why do women have to do that? You know, just keep going further and further, peel those layers away until he's like, well... Just see where that takes you before you need to do any more to be more direct in pointing out the weirdness of his behavior. You know, hopefully he's able to reflect and understand, like, oh yeah, that is kind of fucked up for me to do that. Hopefully he's able to get there on his own. But if he like doubles down, he's like, you know, like sometimes people will do that, just, you know, they then I would just let him know directly, it makes me uncomfortable. I find it unnecessary and strange that you fixate on my body in that way. I would appreciate it if you would stop. Hopefully he can come to an understanding on his own terms, but if you have to really like lay it out thick for him and just be more direct in setting that boundary, then that's how I would do it. Ask him if he thinks women should exist to please men. He's not going to be able to make that connection because that's on a completely opposite side of his fucking brain. And then he's going to be like, what? It has nothing to do with that. Because he hasn't made that connection. You're trying to help him make connections, and you're just trying to find the earliest exit for logic. You don't have to get all the way to the opposite side. Just take the first exit that logic pops up. And maybe he can find understanding there. And then he can make those connections on his own terms later, because that's a drastic mindset shift. Some parents just don't respect what their kids say. Things change when you're an adult. You can stand up to your parent. You can have an adult conversation with them. You can show them that you have a backbone and that you're not going to be pushed around. Let them know that your relationship with them it requires respect and love. That's it. That's the only thing you're asking for from them. Sometimes with parents, it can be a bit slower to make those changes because just in general, the older you get, the slower your mind is able to change its beliefs. It doesn't mean it's impossible, so don't give up on yourselves if you're old. Just in general, it can slow a bit. And so you sometimes have to be a little bit more patient when you're working with a parent or a grandparent. I would just ask him, why does he care so much? And then just keep going further and further into that until you can get to that point where you can be like, Dad, isn't that just unnecessary? Doesn't that just seem a bit restrictive? Doesn't that seem a little bit misguided? As angry as we might be at the behavior, if we come at it from an angry place, they're just going to dismiss our criticisms. They're going to dismiss the points we're trying to make because they'll just be like, they only said that because they were angry. They didn't mean it. People stop taking other people seriously when they're angry, which is ironic because we often get angry when we want people to take us more seriously. If you really want to get through to somebody, you have to be as calm and cool as physically possible. You gotta let them know you mean business, and that I am here with a cool head laying out these ideas to you. This is not coming from an emotionally charged place. We love to dismiss emotionally charged language. It's one of the things we do. Like, they're just mad. They're just pissed. They'll get over it. But no, if you come at somebody with valid concerns and you come to them talking to them like I'm talking to you now, they'll get it. It might even upset them. It might make them want to yell, but you don't yell with them. You let them tire themselves out on that. You play that game on your own. I didn't hear to come to play the yell game with you. Hello, I'm new here. Can you tell me a little bit about your background? Sure. Well, it was 1857. There I was, standing in the middle of a cornfield in Nebraska. Had no idea how I got there. Fast forward a little bit. We don't have time to get through all the lore. I studied psychology in my undergrad. I got my master's degree in psychology. I've worked for many years in all sorts of different positions within the mental health field, including an individual counselor and group counselor, substance abuse counselor, case management. I've seen it all. I want to yell, I'm angry with men. Then go out to the car and get it out. Just go out to the car and get it all out. Just go let her rip. Just go belt one out. Put your whole ass into it. And then get some lunch. A cathartic scream and some lunch would really turn your day around. Where are my car screamers at? Do we have any car screamers? Whenever I really just need to let one out, I like to do it in the car. Or at a sporting event. Or a rodeo. Or a concert. I don't yell. What if you could do it for a purpose? What if it wasn't because you weren't angry at anybody? What if it wasn't because you weren't trying to get mad? What if it was because you wanted to, feel a little bit of release? It's almost like scratching an itch that you didn't even know that you had. I can't yell too loud. When I say put your whole ass into it, that's what I mean. Like, if you really want to yell, if you want to be really loud, you gotta put your whole body into it. Don't just do it with your face, with, ah! Like, no, you have to put your whole ass into it and then, like, push it up and out of you. Until you are just empty of air. Believe it or not, it feels good. You might have like little pockets of tension in your airways, in your neck, in your throat, in your face, in your belly. You might have these little pockets of tension that you just forgot about because they've been there for so long, and sometimes just a good guttural scream can really help to, oh yeah, huh. Felt good. Feels like a release. I think my parents would be concerned. Invite them to do it with you. Hey guys, you want to do some primal therapy? We're gonna go out to the woods and scream. Thing is sighing, like I sigh a lot. Well, then sigh, and then try to sigh louder, and then try to sigh as loud as you can. Just work your way up. Just put all of you into it. Go scare the shit out of the woodland creatures. Yeah, they're scared of everything anyway. That's what you gotta be when you live in the woods. Every little noise is, oh, what, oh, oh, what, oh. I think going to a rage room would probably be fun. True. But rage rooms can also be very expensive. It's free to just go out into nature and find a stick and then bang it against a rock. Rage rooms, they really... I set one up for Casey in the basement once, and I just hung plastic from the ceiling to form like a makeshift room to catch all of the broken glass and shards of stuff. But yeah, there's that emote from it. Anyway, that's a bit about my background. If you want to know more, just ask. Hey, Mr. Brain Domain, it's nice to see you back. That's Brian Brain to you. Brian Brain. Brain Domain. Recently, I've been having trouble with my ex and how she won't give me my space no matter what I do. Your ex won't? I thought that was the whole point of breaking up. Space. I'll talk to her and it's always how I'm not thinking about her feelings. Why should you be thinking about her feelings? You aren't together anymore. Why should her feelings be on your agenda at all? Don't you have other stuff to do? That's what I'm saying? Well... That's what I'm saying. So it sounds like this person broke up with you but wanted to keep you as an emotional punching bag. Just let her go, friend. Just let her go. It sounds like you kind of filled a role for her in her life of being somebody that could just be like an emotional punching bag. Like, you don't care about me. You don't care about how I feel. And it's not because you're doing anything wrong, it's because she has displaced frustrations from the rest of her life and you are the outlet. So don't be that outlet. You don't have to sit there and take that. I don't talk to her and try to receive space, and it's another angry response out of her about how I'm not doing enough to fix things that she technically ruined. The fuck you mean fix things? Fixing things happens when you're still in a relationship. If you're broken up, it's not really like, oh man, how can I get him back? You know? Like, there comes a time for fixing things, and that's when there's good communication and you're still hanging out regularly and you can, actually work through the problems. I feel like the older you get, the easier it can be to actually have like a friendly relationship with an ex because you're more mature and you're more emotionally aware and you're able to, have that balance. But I feel like when you're younger, it can be a big ask to stay entangled with an ex because you still remain an outlet for all of those hard feelings. Any frustration that she had in her life from the time that you were together, she can channel into you. So you don't want to be the emotional scapegoat. Not doing enough to fix things that she technically ruined. I do resent her quite a bit because our relationship, it was not fun. I don't know, I feel bad saying that because she would be upset to hear you say it. That's why you feel bad for saying it, not because it's untrue. You're still worried about upsetting her because you still care about this person. Even though you're broken up, even though you're no longer together, and you're trying to detach from this person, it's like, you don't hate them. You don't want to, like, see them suffer. It's like, you want them to be like, hey, I hope the best for you. Like, get out there and live your life. I hope you're able to find happiness and peace. It's like... Show yourself the same level of care and compassion that you are to them. I feel bad for saying that, but it was always what she wanted to do, not anything I really wanted to do, or getting in trouble, per se, for not wanting to do things with her, such as relaxing by myself playing a few games. It's important for people in a relationship to be able to do things on their own, apart from one another. That's healthy. To be able to have room for, parallel play. Like, I'll sit here and do my thing, you can sit there and do your thing, and we're still, hanging out or in the same proximity, but we're not, like, playing a game together. I don't like that I can't stick up for myself or set boundaries, and it's been hard as heck to not let this set back in my endeavors of getting better. Is there a way to possibly help me learn to set boundaries better without feeling like I'm getting stepped on? I would say this moment is actually an opportunity. This doesn't have to be you backsliding in your endeavors of getting better. This could be a tremendous step forward. Set the boundary. No response is a response. If you don't feel like responding, you don't have to. Especially if you're only being reached out to be emotionally berated. If you don't want to talk to this person, you don't have to. You can let it go. They might have a harder time letting it go, but that's not really your problem. You get to choose where you go from here. I would say, think about what you want that boundary to look like. What do you want that boundary to look like with this person? Do I just not want to talk to them ever again? If that's the case, just block them. If you never want to talk to them ever again, just block them. If you're like, well, I don't know, maybe someday in the future I would like to possibly be friends with this person, then you can go about it in a different way. Everyone has been telling me to block her, but I hate upsetting others. So you're choosing to upset yourself instead. I tell you what, Goobins, try this. Just hit the block button and see how it feels. Just hit the block button and see if you feel the slightest inclination to hit that unblock button. Just block them, give it a couple minutes, let it sink in, and then see if you really would want to unblock them. Or if you're like, no, actually this feels good, this feels right, I think I'm going to leave them blocked. It does feel good. Celebrate that feeling. Celebrate that feeling. Just swim in it. Let it wash over you. It's a good feeling. Feeling of a weight being lifted. It's a feeling of taking a step in the right direction. That's some good shit. I don't know about you, but that's some good shit. You ever had that feeling before? Like, ooh, yeah, that shit's addictive, isn't it? is nice. You said you're a sire, right? Give me a big fat sigh of relief. Just. Feels like I can breathe. There you go. Block them unilaterally. You just enforced a boundary and protected your emotional health. Nice. This is a W. This is a W. I don't know about all of you, but this is a very clear and present W. Happened, a W happened. Is it crazy for me to think that transgender people in the United States are actually in a lot more danger than most people realize at the moment? You aren't wrong, but I think a lot of it also depends on where you live in the United States. Some places in the United States, I think, are perfectly safe. Some places are definitely far more dangerous. And so I think if you are a trans person, you need to give some serious consideration to that. You know, look into either learning how to protect yourself, you know, self-defense classes, firearm safety. Like, I'm not fucking around. Like, I'm like... A lot of places will have LGBT gun safety courses. You know, if you want to learn gun safety in a safe and supportive environment. Yeah, if you're in like Florida, Texas, you know, anywhere in the deep south, I would say that's, you know, that's deep, that's like Baptist country. That's like very regressive, very authoritarian. Oklahoma. Yep, Oklahoma too. I sadly live in an area where homosexuality is illegal. I can't believe these places still exist. Right? Like, why the fuck does it matter? Like, it's 2025. Like, who fucking cares? Like, honestly, who fucking cares who you want to have sex with? As long as they're a consenting adult. None of my fucking business. But some people are like, it's in my 2,000-year-old book. It says you can't do that. And I'm picking and choosing because there are other laws in this book that I should be following that I do not. But this is the one that allows me to discriminate against you. Anyway, gay people aren't going away. So just give it time. Hopefully things will continue to change. You know, hopefully things will continue to be more freeing in all parts of the world. Those same people mentally obsess about it. It's true. I bet they have intrusive thoughts about it, and that's why they're so obsessed with criticizing it and condemning it. Whether or not they're secretly repressed, it's still on their mind a lot. Just makes you want to ask, why are you thinking about it so much? Just imagine the amount of privilege a person lives in to be able to go out and like spend time and energy and resources in condemning somebody else's lifestyle. It's like we used to have to worry about finding food. We used to have to worry about building our own shelters. But no, like we as a species, very pampered, but still very self-critical. They could start interpreting some ancient federal law in a way that makes being transgender a federal sex crime or some shit, and then the FBI will start arresting trans people for existing. Like, there's nothing that any state like Minnesota or California will do to stop federal agents from arresting people. I don't see that happening. That's like doomsday scenario. And I just don't see that happening because there are far too many good and honest people in the way of that happening. Like, that sure could happen, potentially, possibly, if just nobody ever does anything about it. But thankfully, there are lots of people who are fighting it. So don't forget about them. Nobody's stopping ICE agents. You're probably not getting much nationwide coverage of the efforts that people make to stop it, because why would the media report on it? The revolution will not be televised, as they say. Anyway, try to take action in your own local community. You know, find solidarity in your community. That's all we can do. Just like they haven't stopped it yet when it comes to immigrants. think the feds are actually going to try and do whatever they want, just because they can, in the same way that Israel is going for it now in Palestine, just because they know that no one is stopping them. Or like the Nazis, you know, or just like any fascist movement throughout history. You know, fascism is the mentality of, you know, I'm going to do it and we're going to see if anybody actually tries to stop me. Russia is doing what they want in Ukraine because no one is stopping them. It feels like this is the global trend and trans people in America are very high on the list. Then what will you do to stop them? What will you do locally within your own community? What will you do within your own cohesive unit? The only way we're going to win this thing is if we do it together. So who are your allies? Fascism is a lot like cockroaches. Eventually, they get too sure of themselves and they start popping up in the daylight, and that's when people will be like, all right, time to do something about them. Time to start squashing them. Like, they never fully go away, but at least you have bought yourself some time. You know, you'll give yourself a good, 40, 50, maybe even longer years, maybe a generation or two, where people don't have to worry about it. How do I convince my homophobic parents that it's fine to be LGBTQ? The arguments of it's a personal choice and everyone has a preference don't convince them. Their argument is God made men and women for each other. If it was okay to be LGBTQ, there would be one gender. What? It's kind of frustrating. Wait, what? I'm sorry, I don't understand their logic. Their logic is... Typically, the solution of changing people's minds in this way is to sit down and have conversations with people. And so don't feel like you have to do this all on your own. You know, if you have other LGBTQ friends, start bringing them around. Have conversations about it. That's how you change people's minds. It sucks, but it's not impossible to change people's minds. You remember that wife swap episode with the God Warrior lady? She's actually a huge supporter of the LGBTQ now. She wasn't then, but she is now. And you know what changed her mind? The support that she got from LGBTQ people whenever she lost her daughter in a car accident. I feel like for a lot of people, the strategy to overcoming homophobia is introduce them to more gay people and have the gay people be nice to them. As justified as you might be to, like, yell at them or criticize them, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why are you so stupid? Like, why are you listening to, you know, these archaic beliefs? That's not gonna change their mind. It's gonna just make them defensive. It's gonna make them wall you off. If you legitimately want to change their mind in a lasting way, you bring around more gay people, you bring around more LGBTQ people, and you have them be nice to them. So that you can start chipping away at those walls that they've built. People don't like it when you just demand them to break down their walls. But if you take patience with people and you show them compassion, you can chip away at their walls. Drag show can go a long way. It's true. It's true. Also, not to make you cringe too much, questioner, so cover your ears if you're afraid of this part. It's kind of weird that your parents said the whole thing about there would only be one gender, because that means that they think that sex is only for procreation, which means that they're probably not getting laid. The bedroom is probably pretty cold. I'm into that. Like, are we not all one? See, but I get it, but like from their perspective, like they're thinking about it in the opposite direction. Instead of it's like, oh, there's only one gender, it's like, oh yeah, we're just all the human gender or whatever. It's like, if God wanted it to just be, you know, if God was okay with homosexuality, then there would be no women. It would just be men. Like, that's where their mind is taking it, but your mind is taking it in the opposite direction of like, oh yeah, like humanity really does transcend gender and it really is a social construct and we all are one human race. We are one human species. Wasn't Jesus kind of gay? Very gay. Hung out with like 12 other dudes. Hung out with the prostitutes. Everyone get your flu vaccination as soon as possible. Please. And also keep asking about the COVID booster. Don't let them take your health from you because you do not want to suffer from post-viral complications that could have entirely been avoided. All viruses pose a risk of inflicting longer-lasting damage. Sorry for yelling and for apologizing. Get your vaccines, folks, especially before RFK Jr. tries to make them illegal. So, I'm diagnosed with a cocktail of things, including CPSD, BPD, and autism. If it makes you feel any better, most people have more than one diagnosis, so I don't want you to feel like, oh wow, there's just so many things wrong with me, because that's not really the case. It's more of a, you know, there are a few different ways to like define and objectify my symptoms. I am extremely uncomfortable with change and have an intense fear of having a lack of control. My landlord just told me he is kicking me out of my home during Christmas because he wants to use the apartment himself and is refusing to be flexible. The rental market is highly competitive where I'm from, and the number of available apartments during December is close to none. I had a terrible childhood, so no family or close friends to lean on. I'm terrified of ending up homeless or having to settle with an apartment I can't afford for a whole year. All contracts here are 1 year minimum. I just want to try to ease your mind a little bit about the housing search. I'm not sure how you're searching for apartments, but there are always more apartments, there are always more options than you will see on any one website or on any one listing page. Sometimes you got to get out and drive around and see like where there are signs in the yard or where there are like billboards or be like now renting. You got to get out there and you got to look a little bit. Also, if you're not, like, I don't know what it's like in your community, but sometimes if you make a certain amount of money, you can be eligible for, like, an income-based apartment, and that way you don't have to pay as much for rent. I don't know. I don't know what your situation's like. Just some things to consider. Also, if you're diagnosed with a bunch of stuff, that means that you're probably also connected to a treatment provider in some way, and so I would ask them if there's anybody that they know that could help you with housing options. You know, at all of the clinics that I've worked at, there's always been somebody who's, you know, their whole thing was helping people to find housing. And so ask around. You know, ask your doctor, ask the nurses, ask the front desk people, you know, just already living paycheck to paycheck and don't have the money to pay double rent to get a place before December. I spend all of my free time doom scrolling for apartments. I can't focus at work. I can't eat or sleep. That's making you less effective. I just want to let you know, when you're not eating and you're not sleeping, spending that extra time doom scrolling is ineffective. Sounds like you need a little bit of help, and so you're gonna have to start asking around. You know, you're gonna have to see what's out there. Because there are options out there, but you have to start communicating with people so you can figure out what they are. You know, a lot of the places I've worked have had people that would, you know, help you find housing, or they had lists of resources, they had lists of apartments that, you know, you probably wouldn't find on a website. There are tons of apartments out there that are cheaper that aren't posted online because it's just like, you know, one person just owns that building and they also live in the building, or it's just a duplex and they're renting out one half of it. So there's only so much that you're going to see online. Sometimes you got to get out there and go look around a little bit. You know, you really don't want to end up homeless, so take that energy and turn it into action. You know, you've got time. It's only the start of September. You've got 4 months. That's plenty of time. Constant pain in my stomach. How do I deal with being completely out of control like this? Stop. Breathe. Have a snack. Just chill for a minute. You got 4 months to figure this out. 4 months. All right? It's a lot of time. And all of that anxiety that we're feeling about, I need to get something done, I need to do something about it right now, that's making it harder to accomplish your goal. The irony of the situation is that anxiety is there because anxiety is like, I gotta do something about this. I gotta do something. I gotta do something now. I gotta do something. This is drastic. This is urgent. It's actually making you less effective, and it's making it more difficult for you to accomplish your goal. So take a break. You got 4 months. You can afford to not think about this for 1 to 2 days, right? You can take the weekend off and just recuperate, because you need it. You're burning yourself out. It's totally normal to be anxious. So you're not wrong to be anxious. We just need to get the anxiety under control. So try to take some time to just rest. You gotta remember, you're a human, and you gotta tend to your human needs. I need sustenance, I need rest, I need social connection. Too much money for any governmental support or temporary housing, and too little to get myself out of this situation. I can't go every day with this horrible anxiety, and I'm turning more suicidal every day. Do you have any coping mechanisms or advice? Sorry for the long message. No apologizing. You don't want to die, you just want to feel better, okay? You don't want to die, you just want to feel better. You have 4 months to figure this out. That's 120 days-ish. You've got time. You could take a day or two to just relax and to get at it with a fresh start. Go to the library, check out the community boards, ask around, go to your treatment provider, ask around. See what's available. Go cruise around in different neighborhoods and see who's got signs posted. You might make too much money for governmental support, but you might still be eligible for income-based housing. I'm not sure what the income guidelines are where you're at, but who knows? Anyway, you can handle this, but you need to remember that you are a human and you need to give yourself a break. Being so tightly wound is going to make it even harder to address this goal. And so even though not doing anything for a day or two feels like the opposite of what you should be doing, it sounds like that's what you actually need. Take care of yourself so that you can take care of yourself. Exactly. I found this book titled Courage to be Disliked, and it was all about how we can only take responsibilities for our own tasks in life, And it's when we try to impose our will on others' tasks that a major source of interpersonal conflict arises. And at first, I was really skeptical of this, but lately I've realized it's really true, you know? You can ask someone to hang out, but you can't force them to. You can't control how they react, and that's really okay. You just do you. Thought you should know. This is the core feature of the Stoic philosophy. I should only focus on the things in my life that I really have control over. I have control over how I act. I have control over myself. I can't control other people. I can't control the weather. It's not the same as not caring about other people, because sometimes this mindset gets a bad rap because it's like, oh, so you only care about yourself? You just don't care about anyone else? You're just carved out of stone. No. No, it's like you still want the people in your life to be happy, but if they aren't happy, all you can do is try to make them happy. Doesn't mean that it's guaranteed to work. Too scared to be disliked? But you are, already, at a default. And not for any fault of your own, mind you. The thing about being disliked is that you have no control over it. You could do everything right. You could be kind and patient and compassionate and generous. You could be a truly wonderful person. And there might be people who dislike you for that reason. Ooh, they just think they're so much better than me, don't they? They just think they're so cool with their smile and their friends and their laughter. They just think they're hot shit, aren't they? Insecure people will dislike you because of your securities. You need to be comfortable with being disliked because haters are gonna hate. I want to be hot shit. What's stopping you? Usually them projecting their own inadequacies. Exactly. People will dislike you because they are using you as a mirror and they are seeing their own reflection in it, and it doesn't sit well with them. They are reminded of their own insecurities and they blame you for that. There are a lot of people who dislike insecure people too, sadly. Kind of depends on why you are insecure. Some people are insecure and use that as a means of being manipulative and abusive and all sorts of nasty behaviors. Not just people who are insecure because they're shy. So I'll try to be good about splitting that difference. You know, when I say insecure, I don't necessarily mean somebody who's just reserved and shy. I mean somebody who's, grappling with something internally and they're making it other people's problem. Is EI going to replace my job? Emotional intelligence? Yep. Yep. It's inevitable. It's gonna happen. Hello. I've been dating a woman with DID for a few months now, and I'm curious about something. When an alter is in control, when an alter is fronting, I know all about DID, I know all the language, so you came to the right spot. When an alter... Alright, so for those who don't know, DID stands for Dissociative Identity Disorder, formerly known as Multiple Personality Disorder. And an alter is one of those personalities. Alright? You're now up to speed. When an alter is in control, do I still act as her boyfriend or do I act as a friend? Since technically I'm dating a different alter, it's very confusing when I want to make this work. I don't know how DID works yet, but she can switch up pretty fast. She told me when an alter is talking to me, her original self is aware, which I don't understand very well what that means. Okay. Alright. You are still dating the same person. You are just interacting with a different aspect of that person. That's how DID works. DID, it kind of works like this. Let me use a metaphor for you. If your personality was a mirror, DID would be a broken mirror. It is no longer one cohesive sense of self. There are shards. Normally what happens is trauma is what breaks that mirror apart. Because of trauma, this person develops fragments of their identity because one part of their identity, the trauma holder, the part that's really hurting, there are other parts of them that will emerge to shield that part. You'll have the protective ones and the emotionally mature ones and any number of different alters. But they're all aspects of the same person. They're all the same person. The goal for treating DID is reunification. That's the goal. In treating DID, which it is treatable, the goal is reunification, cohesiveness, oneness. You can heal the underlying trauma, and the personality can stitch itself back together. That's the goal. And so what I would do is I would just be consistent. I would just be a constant for this person. And I would encourage them to keep working towards reunification, because that's the goal. Because as quirky as DID might sound, it really is stressful and it's a trauma response. And we want to learn how to handle that trauma in a healthier way. Even though a person might have many different aspects of their self, they might have many different alters, all of those pieces don't add up to one complete person. And so that's why you want to seek out reunification, because that's how you find true wholeness and balance and peace. And that's what we should all be looking for. Just my opinion, though. And so what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't egg it on, I wouldn't enable it. Because that's just gonna make it continue to develop further. Treatable as in having full control over alters or the removal of alters. There is no longer any need for any alters. I am one person again. This sounds difficult. It's about as difficult as you figuring out who you really are. It's just as hard as you treating your deepest trauma. That's all you gotta do. People avoid doing it because it's painful. It's challenging, but it's certainly not impossible. I guess I need to be more understanding because for a lot of people this would be very difficult, but for me it's just another Thursday, you know? The idea of like, well, clearly you just have to root out your deepest seated trauma and you gotta, you know, work through that and then bada bing bada boom, you're good to go. Like, okay, easier said than done. I get it. But I guess the reason why I approach it that way is because I want you to know that it is possible. And there is a path forward. And I'm not saying that it's not going to be hard, but it's definitely worth it. Reunification of Ireland seems like a lot to help a partner with DID, but I'll give it my best shot. I also support the reunification. Take it back from the British. Also, I found something out the other day. People in the UK and in Ireland, they flavor mouthwash and other medicines with root beer flavor. And so they don't like to drink root beer because to them it tastes like medicine. Which is crazy to me because root beer is delicious. And I would hate it if I associated it with medicine. Isn't it just so sad? I saw this video and it was this Irish guy and he's like, all right, I'm gonna try this root beer. And he's like, this is fucking disgusting. What am I drinking? This is absolute dog shit. You know, it's like, this tastes, he said it tasted like mouthwash. And I'm like, damn, I wish my mouthwash tasted like root beer. That'd be cool. I need to buy some Irish mouthwash because that sounds delicious. Always heard random people say root beer tastes like medicine. That's why. Because some places use the sarsaparilla flavor as medicine flavor. And so they'll use it for like their cough syrups or their mouthwashes in the same way that you would see like mint or cherry or bubblegum flavor here. Anyway, I love a good root beer. Anyway, questioner, I appreciate you wanting to learn more about DID to be more supportive of the person that you're dating. I think that you should show them consistency and encouragement and, you know, hopefully they're receiving treatment so that they can continue to work towards reunification, because nobody should have to live with a trauma wound for their entire life and everybody deserves to be healed. Can I get a amen? Get an ah woman. I'm so confused by a miscommunication that seems to be reoccurring with my mother. Alright, let's give it a try. I'm gonna try to jump inside of whatever her mindset is so that we can clear up this miscommunication. I'm gonna try to, not to sound weird about it, but I'm gonna roleplay as your mother. Which is something they do in therapy, by the way. so that you can get an idea of understanding where somebody's head's at. But for the sake of consistency, for the duration of this question, please refer to me as mother. All right. She chooses to save food beyond edible and then never throws it away. Has she ever dealt with food scarcity? Has she ever had a time in her life where food was not always guaranteed? Because that's a big giveaway that somebody has lived through food insecurity. They have a hard time letting go of food, even if the food's not good anymore. We just don't ever buy that food again and stop eating it altogether. I have to be the person to throw it away, and then she yells at me about it. Like it's the end of the world and we're going to be homeless if I throw away an old jar of olives. That's when you do this. All right. Here. Just hand her the jar. Be like, go ahead. You want to eat them? Go for it. No, realistically, what you do is just throw it away. And then probably won't even notice. Just put some paper on top of it. Or open it and smell it. That smells terrible. Here, you smell it. I would be willing to bet that she probably wouldn't smell it and that she would just be like, fine, throw it away. She'd probably be like, fine, just throw it away. I don't know what it is about that, but it works. It works to just like be like, oh my god, this smells terrible. Here, smell this. They're like, ew, no, just throw it away. You know what I mean? I feel like most people would just be like, yeah, get rid of it. If you're not eating olives before their sell date, then that's honestly a skill issue, IMO. If you aren't eating olives before they expire, then you do not like olives. There's no reason why you should have a single jar of olives for 10 years. Like, do you even like olives? Why do you have olives? Currently, it's olives and tortillas. We accidentally bought too many of both. The olives are like years past their expiration date. The tacos are all moldy. I like to keep my tortillas in the fridge, and they last way longer. That's what I do. You know, if you want to have some tortillas and you don't want them to go bad in like a week, you know, I've had tortillas in there for who knows how long, and they're still fine. Freeze them too. Bread freezes pretty well. And mold hates the cold. Accidentally bought too many of both. When we got the tacos, a friend just brought over too many back in May for a dinner and left them. Mom carefully sorted through them, wrapped them in paper towels, and stored them away. Some went in the bread drawer, some went to the fridge. I mentioned at the time this is crazy and they aren't going to last because the two of us would need about a year to finish them all before molding. They molded very fast actually, and she just silently stops making or eating or talking about tacos because throwing away food for her is hard. And so even though this behavior isn't what we would want to see necessarily, like, yeah, throw away moldy food, like you're not going to eat it. Normally we eat some every week. It's been months since I had a taco. Personally, I bought burrito shells and been making burritos instead. We haven't eaten olives for over a year. Just throw away the olives. She doesn't eat olives, so she's not always going to be like, hey, where is that jar of olives? There was a jar of olives in here, wasn't it? I swear there was a jar of olives. She's not eating olives. She's not going to notice that they're gone. These are just two examples that could be much worse if I wasn't able to help her clean out the fridge on a regular basis. Her freezer habits are probably bad for the same reason. The freezer's packed full of stuff that's 10 plus years old. It's clean now because I cleaned them out, and I'm also very proactive in helping her shop. Constantly trying to use math to convince her we won't need all this food. It doesn't work. I just have to be the bad guy and piss her off by throwing out stuff for her. Or invite people over and feed them so that you run out of food. If I do it behind her back, she's less mad, and she is still thinking bad things about me when I do. Is this hoarding? It's food hoarding. The thing about hoarding is that it operates in a spectrum. So like a person might hoard like certain things, certain objects, a certain type of thing, books, but it also takes a while for a hoard to accumulate. And so it sounds like if you weren't there to throw stuff out, the hoard would accumulate more. And so it could be. Is this an eating disorder? Probably not. You know, it does tie into food, but I think the hoarding is more likely, and I think that's what you should probably focus on a bit instead of the food aspect of it. Is mold good for me? No. Unless you're trying to make penicillin. Am I dealing with this in a reasonable manner? You're doing your best. You're doing your best with a behavior that's, you know, tough to deal with. I would say try to find a use for the food before you have to throw it away, and only throw it away if you have to. You know, you could even take stuff, you know, sometimes I just will throw stuff outside for the crows to eat. That's what I'll do. Like, here you go, crows. I'm trying to befriend them, so I bribe them with food. This also sounds like a situation where some professional assistance might be in order, because hoarding can be tied to some pretty deep-seated stuff. You know, like childhood food insecurity. Like, this can be some deep stuff for people to open up about talking about. I think just being fair and reasonable and being like, Mom, this has mold on it, so I'm gonna throw it away, okay? Instead of asking her like, hey, is it okay if I throw this away? I would just politely tell her like, hey, by the way, this is spoiled. I don't want you to get sick, so I'm gonna throw it away, okay? There's a lot of power in language, and so even just paying attention to the fine little tweaks of your language can make a huge difference. Instead of being like, hey mom, this is covered in mold. What the hell? Can I throw this away or not? And she's like, no, don't do it. You don't make it a question. You let her know like, hey mom, I just want to let you know I threw those tortillas away because they were covered in mold and I don't want anybody to get sick, okay? You're making it about safety because this is an issue of safety. It's an issue of food safety. We don't want anybody contracting a foodborne illness because they eat food that's past its due. Whoever said olive's good, I'm watching you. What I said, Theo, is if you have a jar of olives that's past its expiration date, you don't like olives because olives take forever to expire. Like, so why do you even have olives? But no, I think just try to be patient, try to be compassionate, and try to just, make it about safety. You're the one making the choice to throw it away, and she's okay with you throwing stuff away, right? She's okay with you throwing stuff away. Remember that. She doesn't want to be the one to have to throw it away, and that's because of, again, I'm purely speculating here. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze your mom. I'm just... Oftentimes, people who have a hard time letting food go didn't have enough food at some point in their life. It might have been a short period of time even. It doesn't have to be all that long. You'd be surprised, even just going a day or two with inadequate food can leave a lasting impression on a person. And so I would say, in talking to your mom, I would try to remember or try to imagine a younger, hungrier, scared version of herself, because that's who you're dealing with. She's okay with you throwing stuff away. She just does it begrudgingly because it still is triggering. But just make it about safety. Hey mom, this is covered in mold, so I'm gonna throw this away, all right? Or just do it. If she's not like in the kitchen with you, it's okay to just do it. There's nothing wrong with throwing out bad food. You don't need anybody's permission to do that. This cute cat. Miss Poopy, show them. Show them how cute you are. There you go. Why do you look mad? Are you mad at me? Are you mad at me for something? Is that her government name? No, that's her nickname. But she earned it. I have a nice ultra-wide curved monitor. I got it on clearance at Micro Center. Got a good deal on it. For your motorboat? 51. Chat, show some respect. A founder is in attendance. 51? Chat, I want you looking like the Chinese victory parade. I can imagine how she gained her nickname. Yep. When she was younger, she used to get poop stuck in her butt hair all the time, and so she earned the nickname. She earned the nickname. She actually did it recently, too. I had to trim some of her booty hairs. Clip of DID altar. I'm gonna open it.
Hi.
Hi. You're Minnie?
Yeah. I'm Minnie. I'm 3. And
You're 3? Mm-hmm. What do you think about all these cameras? A lot of cameras? Mm-hmm. And do you like Encina?
well, she's like my mommy.
What are those?
It's a baby.
What's your favorite animal?
I like my kitty cat.
What's your cat's name?
I squeeze.
Oh, Squish.
You typically see some patterns in DID. DID can be very unique to the person experiencing it, but you do see some patterns that emerge. They typically have an alter or one of their aspects of their personality that's young, childlike, and free. That is their innocent self. And then you might have the one that's the trauma holder. This is the one of them that the bad things happen to, and so that becomes isolated and compartmentalized, and it becomes its own thing. And then you form other aspects of your personality. Human beings naturally have these types of divisions within your personality already. I'll give you an example. Let's say that you walked into a room and all of your old friends were there, and it was a joyous reunion. It would take you back in time. It would be like I never left. It's like I'm still, especially if these were like childhood friends, you'd be taken right back to that point in time. Because that part of you is still in there. It's just very well interconnected with all of the other parts of you. Now, in a person with DID, those lines become more distinct. The different aspects of the self become more prominent. They start to develop their own personality of their own. And again, the way that you treat DID is reintegration. You want to bring them all back together. So you can be a whole person again. I was going to ask if it's like, where do you wear different masks, like at work, family, friends, by yourself, etc. Yes, just in the most extreme manifestation. That's what it is. Understanding mental health becomes a lot easier when you recognize that it's all stuff that people already do. It's just at the most extreme level. So you already have a personality that has different sides to it. It's multifaceted. It depends on who you're with. It depends on who you're around. It depends on where you're at. If you're at your old stomping grounds, it feels some type of way. If you were in your childhood bedroom, it would feel some type of way. If you're at work or you're giving a presentation, you're serious mode. And so this is something that all of our brains already do. You are a multifaceted being. In a person with DID, those different facets become more distinct due to trauma. Does that make sense? Anyway, which aspects of yourself are you the most looking forward to reconnecting with? Might be too connected to my inner child, TBH. No. You Can't be like you can't be too connected with a part of you because it's a part of you. The connection is there. Which parts of you might you be better served by being more connected with? The only part you need to disconnect from is your inner critic, because the inner critic, that one really likes to take control, doesn't it? How about that aspect of the self? The inner critic? Ooh, aren't they just the worst? Aren't they just yapping at you all the time? Oh, do this, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. It's very interesting how her speech sounds like a 3-year-old. You could do it too. You haven't forgotten how to do it. My critic helps me write good though. The inner critic has a role. The inner critic has a purpose. We just don't want to let them run the show. We don't want any of the parts of us to run the show. We want there to be an equal distribution. We want there to be balance between our parts. All right, we're all caught up with the questions. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm gonna let the dogs outside. Shout out to the 3 people on YouTube watching. What's up, YouTube? Wait, why is my camera? Anyway, shout out YouTube. Shout out YouTube. Hey, YouTube. Why was I not showing up in that frame? Did I just lean out of the way? What's going on there? I'm there now. I'm just looking at the thumbnail. I'm like, huh, where'd I go? I submitted one. All right, I'll take a look before I go. Wait, do I need to refresh? No, I still hasn't shown up yet. Yo, what up, YouTube, YouTube, YouTube? All right, I'm gonna go let the dogs out. Just gonna hang out with these cats for a minute. Give you Miss Poopy Cam. She's sleeping. All right, don't wake her up. She sees the cat on the monitor and she's like, who the fuck is that? She's staring at him. She's like, what? Who's that? She's just staring at him. Yes, are you having a good nap? Look at the ears on him. Oh, look at the ears on him. Get out of that boot. What are you doing? You going to work? You going to work? That boot's way too big for you. Oh my god, those ears. Get out of here with those ears. All right. All right, we'll take this question and then we'll hop into our presentation. Let's take a look. I try to avoid my parents after leaving an abusive woman's apartment. They've hit me and threatened to kill me too. But last night devolved into them telling me I'm useless as a son because I mentioned my dad's response to me saying, "Hey dad," was cold and fake. Which they responded to by dismissing it, telling me, "Take your meds," calling me a loser, ignoring everything that I said, and also audibly turning on audio recordings on a phone to record my reaction to their hatred. I told them not to fake that I matter to them on my birthday this Tuesday, and they didn't care about that either. Sounds like they suck. Does any of that sound like how a parent should engage with their child? Does any of that sound right? Does any of that sound normal? Does any of that sound healthy? Sounds hurtful. I work full-time in STEM and do an IOP program for 3 hours, 4 days a week, to come home to being scolded for avoiding their dog shit or punished and threatened, using recordings of me to do incarceration for mental health. I wish I had a real family and I don't want to accept that I don't have one. Family is a feeling. You don't always get it from the people that you're related to. Sometimes we have parents and they're terrible. Sometimes we have siblings and they're awful. But in spite of all that, you still somewhere deep down, you feel like something should be different. Something is missing. And you can find that in other people. There are other people out there who can give you what it is that you're hungry for. It would be nice if it was guaranteed by the people that we are related to, but that's not always how it works. And it sucks, and it's painful, and I wish it was different. But if you don't feel that feeling of being understood, of being welcomed, of being family from them, find it in others. Because it is out there. I don't have any ideas what question to ask. Really feel alone and hated. You know, not that it... I don't know. Not that it will necessarily make you feel any better, but I feel like it still just needs to be said. All of the hate that they spew towards you, just imagine what it must be like to live inside their head. How do you think they think about themselves? How do you think they feel about who they are? I can guarantee that inside they are very afraid, very insecure, and that's why they do what they do. They hurt you because they are hurting. That doesn't make it okay, but sometimes just understanding the why is important. Maybe you can let me know what I should do. I know I didn't give enough info when asking whether to leave my ex-girlfriend or avoid my parents because you said my parents might be easier to deal with. The only domestic violence shelter for men nearby is full, as always, and I don't have the money to move into an apartment immediately, and the longer I don't move out, the more I risk them committing me. I've been alone for such a long time. They can't commit you if you don't give them anything to record. Engage with them as minimally as necessary. Yes, no, hello, goodbye. Excuse me. There's no way that they could possibly have you committed if that's all that they can record you doing. You don't have to fight with them, you don't have to yell at them, and that's what they're trying to get you to do. So don't give them what they're looking for. That's why they poke you, by the way. That's why they agitate you. That's why they call you names. That's why they make you feel bad, is because they want you to blow up so they can catch you doing it. Don't play their game. You don't have to play their game. What they're doing is childish, it's very immature, and it's very hurtful. You don't have to play. Just ride it out until you're able to find something better. Looking forward to that better thing is what will help to keep you going. I had this conversation with my one sister because the other sister does that shit with her. It's true that this type of stuff happens in families, and sometimes other family members aren't even aware of it because it might only be one child or one sibling or one person. Like, people who are hurting inside like to have an emotional punching bag. They like to have somebody that they can just redirect all of their fear and all of their frustration onto. Don't allow people to use you in that way. You can understand that they're hurting, but that does not excuse them hurting you. Anyway, it sounds like you're a lot smarter than them, and they're probably insecure about that too, so don't worry, you'll be okay. You'll be alright. You're smarter than them. You'll figure it out. You'll make it work. Don't worry. Is that emotional abuse? Yeah, it is. To use somebody as an emotional punching bag, to redirect your frustrations onto them when they are undeserving of that vitriol, yes, that would be emotional abuse. what's important to realize is that we all might do this in different ways because we like to have an outlet for our stress. Sometimes we don't handle our stress the most appropriately. Sometimes we get a little bit snappy, or sometimes we turn it inwards and we direct it towards ourselves. Sometimes we are the one emotionally berating ourselves. And so I just want to let you know that it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to work that way. Things can be different. There are people out there who care about you. There are people out there who want to see you doing well. Find them. They're waiting for you. All right. If you're here for the presentation, you're right on time. If you're here for the presentation, good news, you're right on time. Today, chat, we're going to be talking all about emotional intelligence. Now, I asked some of you earlier what emotional intelligence is, or what comes to mind when you think of emotional intelligence. I'd like to just ask again, in case you weren't here, what comes to mind when you think of emotional intelligence? What does that mean for you? Also, I just noticed that the O and the two L's in the title between emotional and intelligence, the O and the two L's, it kind of looks like a little dude standing there, and I can't unsee it. He's just staring at me. Being understanding of others' situations. So a little bit of empathy. Maybe a little bit of compassion. Those are both important parts of emotional intelligence. Awareness. Awareness is key. Awareness is the foundation. Awareness is where you get started. You know, you have to be aware of your processes, your patterns, what's going on in that head of yours, how you're responding to things. And so awareness is a very important part. When you know how to control your emotions. That's the end goal, I'd say. But I would also say that it's not about controlling all of your emotions. There are certain emotions that you want to overwhelm you. When you experience a moment of joy, don't you want that to just wash over you? When you feel feelings of love, don't you just want to swim in that feeling? Don't you want it to just really carry you away? And so sometimes it's more about learning to let those feelings in, rather than making sure I'm running a tight ship and everything's under control. That's important too. We want to keep a level head, but we also want to let ourselves get lost in things, because it feels nice. It would be nice to surrender to joy. Find yourself in a peaceful, comfortable place. You know, maybe you're laying out in your bed, or maybe with a cozy blanket. Maybe you got a cat with you. Maybe the light is low. Maybe there's a candle. Maybe there's meditation sounds going on in the background. And you say to yourself, in earnesty and sincerity, you say, I am surrendering to joy. In this moment, I am surrendering to joy. And then you just lay there and you take your walls down. I gotta work up the courage to surrender to joy around people. I feel like doing it on your own and just learning how to just really embrace it, it'll give you even more motivation to want to do it in front of others. There'll be a part of you that's just like, I want to show other people just how happy I am. And in some ways, what I've noticed is you'll notice how some people are just like, they're so stuck in whatever it is they're going through. And they're just so burnt out and beat down and worn out. And you want to remind them that it's okay to be happy. You want to remind them that you can have fun. You can live a little, you know? You'll be motivated by your own joy because you'll want to get out there and lead by example. Do it, lady. I said that while I was on the float trip. I did it. I said it a couple times. I want to be that person. That's the person you're in the process of becoming, so just let the process unfold as necessary. I feel dense. Just do it, lady. You gotta watch the clip. You know, do it, lady. You know, like, do it, lady. Right? Pretty good, huh? My nieces have started saying it. It is catchy. Go on YouTube and you look up "Do It, Lady." So it's just a saying here. It didn't originate here. It's from a YouTube video. If you go on YouTube. Okay, so do I not show up on this overlay on YouTube? Hold on, what? Why am I not there? Why am I not there on YouTube? What? I'm here, by the way. I'm here, actually. I don't know why it's not showing up. I forgot to mention you're not there in the VODs. Weird. But I show up on Twitch, right? Like, you can see me clearly, right? Oh, I know what it is. Look, I'm down here in the corner for some reason. I am there. I'm just down in the far corner for some reason. see? You can see the corner of my head. Or is that not? I thought that, yeah, that's me. That's the corner of my head. Why am I in the corner on YouTube? If you're watching on YouTube and you can't see me, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's bugged out. I'm somehow down in the corner. Anyway, if you're watching the VOD as well, that'll explain your confusion as to why I'm invisible. Anyway, I'll fix it soon. I think I'm just, yeah, I had Casey set it up for me, and I honestly am just, I'm not sure how I broke it. There's a person there. Thank you, YouTube chatter. Yes, I am here. See, I'll show you. Oh, I am here. Let's see if it moves. Hold on. Will it move on the YouTube stream? God, the YouTube stream is delayed. Okay, hold on. We're waiting. We're waiting. Oh, look. Hey, there I am. Ha ha ha. Trying to see if I can fix it, but I don't know if I can. Anyway, sorry YouTube. You're just not going to get to look at me. You'll have to come to twitch.tv/thebraindomain if you want to look at my mug. If you're okay with just hearing my words, YouTube is the way to go. Well, that's weird. Anyway, emotional intelligence. Let's get into it. I would recommend coming over to see me. My mother tells me that I'm very handsome. All right, let's get into it. When most people hear the word intelligence, they tend to think of IQ, or your grades, your test scores, your book smarts, your ability to solve math problems, puzzles, that kind of stuff. The reality is, intelligence is actually much broader than that. There are many different types of intelligence. And we're going to list them later. Don't worry, we'll list them. There are actually many forms of intelligence that shape how we think, how we adapt, and how we connect with the world around us. And so today we're going to really zoom in on one, and this is an important one, because it often determines how successful and fulfilled we feel in life. We're going to be talking about emotional intelligence today. let's talk about some of the different types of intelligence. There are many different ways that human intelligence shows up. Here are some examples. First up, you have logical or mathematical intelligence. This is your reasoning abilities. This is how you solve puzzles. This is how well you work with numbers. For a lot of people, they associate this with being intelligence. I feel like for a lot of people, this is what they often associate with intelligence, and that's because this is the type of stuff that IQ tests measure. IQ tests are how you measure these types of abilities and that type of intelligence. But that's just one form of intelligence. Let's talk about a few more of them. Linguistic intelligence. This is your skill with words, or storytelling, or your ability to be persuasive. What if my logic is good, but I have a math disability? Then don't get a job in math. That's it. That's about it. Like me, I don't like having to do math equations. So I only took the math classes that I had to take. I didn't go above and beyond with my math education. It just never really clicked for me. Linguistic intelligence. This is for people who have skills with words. There's also spatial intelligence. This is a person's ability to imagine and conceive of things in 3 dimensions, such as an architect or an artist might do. I tried to do long division the other day. That was something. I'm like, that's why we invented calculators, so that we didn't have to sit there and crunch the numbers. I feel like I only have logical intelligence. Well, how about you wait until we list all of the other types? Because you never know. Some of them might click. Alright, so we've got linguistics, spatial intelligence. We've also got musical intelligence. Your sensitivity to rhythm. Your ability to follow a melody or produce a sound. Your ability to identify notes or to keep tempo. There's also bodily or kinesthetic intelligence. This is your ability to use your body in a dexterous, skillful way, playing a sport, or dancing, doing gymnastics, or any type of sport, playing darts, bowling, playing billiards. There's also interpersonal intelligence. This is your ability to understand how other people are feeling and to sense out what their motivations are. You know, like, is this person trying to help me? Is this person trying to hurt me? Is this person trying to take advantage of me? You know, what are they in it for? How are they really feeling? This is your ability to get a read on people. And then on the flip side, you have intrapersonal intelligence. This is your ability to tune into your own thoughts and emotions. also have naturalistic intelligence, the ability to recognize patterns in nature and the environment. You have a good understanding of the working order of things in nature. Today, what we're going to be focusing on is emotional intelligence, which is our ability to manage emotions in ourselves and connect with emotions in others. Before we move on from this slide, chat, I want to hear, in what way do you comfortably identify as intelligent? Of all of these examples, now I'm not saying you have to be some sort of generational genius. I'm not saying you have to be an Olympic gold medalist. This is a nice exercise in helping to recognize your strengths. You recognize the different ways that you are intelligent. I've met people who cannot keep a rhythm. I've met people who do not know how to dance. I've met people who refuse dancing because they're afraid of looking bad at dancing. All the other ones, that was not the question. The question is where your strengths are. We're focusing on strengths today. If you have areas for growth, that's normal. Not everybody is going to be able to max out all of these different skill sets. You just haven't been here long enough, you haven't had enough time to accumulate enough skill points. You know, maybe if you lived 500 years, you'd be able to do it, you'd be able to max out your build, but that's okay. It's okay. Just where are your talent points? That is the question. This can also be a nice exercise in recognizing where your areas for growth are. You know, maybe it's like, oh yeah, I can't dance. Maybe I should practice dancing more. Maybe I can become a more intelligent person by learning how to dance. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that that sentence makes sense? Getting up and learning how to dance will make you a more intelligent person. It's actually true. We've proven it. So would you rather be crunching numbers and working out math problems or shaking your ass if you had to pick? Do you mind explaining naturalistic again? Yes. Naturalistic intelligence is the type of intelligence that you see in a park ranger or somebody who's outdoors all the time. They're able to recognize patterns in things. They're going to be able to tell, like, oh yeah, it's probably going to rain. There's a shift in the air. You know, or they'll be able to say, like, oh yeah, there should be water over here. Or they'll be able to, like, oh yeah, look at these tracks. There's probably a nest up here. There's a natural order to things, and this type of intelligence helps you to see those patterns. You know, you can look at a rock formation and be like, wow, this is what happened over the pattern of 10 million years. All of these rocks kind of shifted and turned and, you know, they broke apart here and then this tree grew through it. Crunching the numbers. Well, back to it then. If you'd rather be crunching numbers instead of shaking your ass, your homework is to shake your ass. love to see people's minds that are naturalistic. Wanna go camping? I love nature. I love nature, and I only know a small percentage of stuff that there is to know in nature. It's a lot of fun. I mean, I am a professional mathematician, though. Doesn't mean that you couldn't also be a professional ass shaker. As a mathematician, you should understand the importance of diversifying the portfolio. Just consider the golden ratio of your cheeks as they bounce up and down to your favorite song. Consider the math in shaking that ass. Yep, it's all about angles and trajectory, and, you know, there's physics involved, and physics is all math. It's relieving that you can get better at these intelligences. That's one of the really cool things about being human. We're really good at that. Other animals, they're okay. Humans, though, really good. Monkey? Okay. Human? Really good. Dolphin? Eh. Human? Oh yeah. Guess I'll try doing math again. If you want, you don't have to okay, hold on. We're going back. We're rewinding. It doesn't have to be math. It could be puzzles. It could be playing games that, you know, test your problem solving. It doesn't have to be math. You can trick a computer into doing math for you. But that type of intelligence also applies to puzzles and reasoning. So there are fun ways to engage with that part of your intelligence that doesn't involve solving equations, unless you find solving equations fun, in which case, I'm happy for you. I'm glad you found your thing. All right, we're talking about emotional intelligence today, so what does it mean exactly? Well, it's more than just being nice. It's all about your ability to recognize, understand, and manage your own emotions. It also means recognizing and influencing the emotions of others, whether it be in friendships, at work, or in your family life. Fun fact, research shows that a person's emotional intelligence often predicts success and well-being more accurately than their IQ score, because life is lived through relationships and emotions. Alright, so let's get into it. Let's talk about the different components of emotional intelligence. What is it that makes up emotional intelligence? We had a lot of great examples given to us earlier in chat. I'm sure you're going to see some of those pop back up. Self-awareness. It all begins with awareness. No matter what you're working on in life, inside of your mind or outside of you within the material world, awareness is what is, it's how everything gets going. It's how everything gets started. Self-awareness, noticing what you feel and how it shapes your thoughts and behavior. You're recognizing your patterns. You're identifying your triggers. You're understanding your learned responses. You're listening to the weird sounds that it's making. It's like when you're in your car and you're like, is there something wrong with my car? And you turn the radio down and you're listening. It's like, is it making a noise? doing that, but with yourself. Turning down the noise so that you can listen more closely to whatever is squeaking. Another really important part of emotional intelligence is self-regulation. Your ability to regulate your emotions by staying calm and adaptable whenever emotions run high. Keeping a cool head. Another really important part of emotional intelligence is motivation. When we are emotionally intelligent, we are able to tap into motivation in a more sincere and effective way. We're able to use our emotions to help us stay focused and to persevere through challenges. Another important one's empathy. Got a few people mention this one. Emotional intelligence helps you to pick up on how other people are feeling. And it enables you to respond in a way that shows that you understand them. So that they feel seen and they feel valid. Christina Amazon, thank you for subscribing. I haven't updated the slides link yet, so that's the last presentation we did. I'll update it in a moment, though. Emotional intelligence also ties into our social skills. Being emotionally intelligent means that we can navigate through conversations without difficulty. It means that we can build trusting relationships. It helps us to learn how to resolve conflicts peacefully. Or if not peacefully, at least effectively. Updated the link for the slides. I forgot to update it from the other day. Christina, thank you for the 13 months. When you combine all of these 5 elements, you get an emotionally intelligent Captain Planet. And so understanding these different components of emotional intelligence, let's stop and think for a moment. Which of these areas do I have strength? And which of these areas need my attention? Which of these areas do I need to put some skill points into? Put skill points in motivation, social skills, and regulation. And just as a reminder, how do you spend your skill points? How do you spend your skill points? You get more skill points by gaining EXP. Treat every moment as a teachable moment. View every moment as an opportunity for new learning or new teachings. Be constantly gaining experience points. You've probably got some experience points banked up, so it might be nice to take a moment to play the meditation game. To look inward and level up. Who knows? You just might have enough EXP to level up. So, why is emotional intelligence so important? Imagine two people in the same stressful situation. Emotional intelligence is the difference between a person lashing out impulsively or responding calmly. It's the difference between reacting and responding. Emotional intelligence helps us to build stronger, more trusting relationships. It allows us to resolve conflicts without burning bridges. It helps us to stay resilient during stress or setbacks. It allows us to lead others with influence and respect. And ultimately, it helps us to make better decisions. It allows us to balance logic with emotional awareness. What you've noticed is that balance is really important, and you want to try to find balance in all things. We don't want to be entirely cold and robotic and logical, but we also don't want to be completely overridden by our emotions. We want to find that midpoint where I can operate with both. Want to be that calm person all the time? You're working on it, aren't you? Isn't that the plan? Or have things changed? I want to be Uncle Iroh. Well, don't forget that Uncle Iroh committed war crimes before he was a chill, peaceful old dude. So, just saying, even Uncle Iroh, can come back from committing war crimes. You can still find peace in life. And look at you, you probably even haven't committed a war crime. Have you? You probably haven't committed a war crime at all. How many war crimes have you committed, actually, do you think, if you had to count? Ever farted in anybody's face? That might technically be a war crime. You've ever made people listen to shitty music very loudly? That could be considered a war crime. Well, the good news is that you can come back from it. So at least 2 on my part. That's fine. That's fine. Like, think about the tallies that some other people have. Like, sheesh. Whew. Whew. If your war crimes are in the single digits, you're doing pretty well. All things considered. There are people out there who've probably committed that number of war crimes today before lunch. Anyway, emotional intelligence is important, TLDR. Does this sound nice? These things here on this list? Have I sold you on the idea? Thank me for being here? No, thank you for being here. Bob Newbert. Fantastic username. You have, I would like to be more emotionally intelligent. You already are more emotionally intelligent than the average person. I can say that confidently, just based on the conversations that we've had here on the stream. Like, I get the impression that you're above average in the emotional intelligence department. Because as it works out, the bar is actually pretty low. But that doesn't mean that you're, no, like, you're watching Brain Domain, for crying out loud. You're sitting here watching a presentation about emotional intelligence. That already indicates that you're probably pretty above the baseline. But yeah, emotional intelligence, there's no cap to it. You can always become more intelligent in that domain. And so even if you are already quite emotionally intelligent, there's no harm in becoming more smarter. I've been told the opposite, but the person who told me that was also an idiot. Then don't treat them as an expert on you. When it comes to treating people as experts on the topic of you, we probably shouldn't go to idiots. They probably have no idea what they're talking about. How long has the presentation been going for? Sparky, if you type !slides, you can pull up a copy of the presentation and you can see just how much you've missed. You haven't missed that much. We haven't even gotten to the part where we talk about how to become more emotionally intelligent. Like, we're not even there yet, and that's the good shit. But if you wanted to see like what the different types of intelligence are and why, like, what emotional intelligence is exactly, you missed that part. But we're getting to the meat of it. Here are some examples of emotional intelligence in action. I just want to give you some real everyday moments that show emotional intelligence in action. Imagine that you're pursuing a difficult goal and you give yourself encouragement. I've got this. I can do this. You remind yourself of the bigger picture instead of quitting. You know, I might not be perfect, but I'm gonna try my best and I'm gonna see what happens and I'm gonna learn from the experience and I'm gonna do better next time. One of the biggest disservices you can do to yourself is identifying as a failure just because you have failed. I have never met a single person in the entirety of my 857-year life. I've never met one who hadn't failed in some capacity. I think one of the ways that people really screw themselves over is whenever they fail, they either identify as a failure or they blame outside influences on why they failed. They're like, "Oh, I only failed because you made me fail," or I only failed because you didn't support me enough." You know, like people will do that. They will have a hard time looking inwards and be like, "Okay, in what ways did I fuck up? Where did I make a mistake?" Oh no, you made a mistake. Like, get over it. We all do it. Like get over it. It's a mistake. It happens. Learn from it so that you can do better the next time, silly. It's not about being perfect. It's about trying your best and getting better. Hi chat, I'm currently at the doctor and y'all know I never come here. I know, we had to twist your arm to get you to schedule the appointment. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're glad you finally made it. Peer pressure works. Don't you love a good rash? I don't. It sucks, but we've all been there. We've all been there. Another example of emotional intelligence. How about one from the workplace? Let's say that a manager senses tension in a meeting, and so they pause the agenda, they check in with everybody. Hey, how you doing? How you feeling? Everybody doing all right? You want to defuse the conflict before it escalates. Manager that nice is rare. Well, we got high hopes. We're just trying to set a good example, right? Maybe we'll set an inspiration for somebody someday, or maybe you'll be a manager somewhere someday, and then you'll get to be an emotionally intelligent presence. Or maybe you're hanging out with a friend, and they notice that you're upset. They notice that something's a little off with you. Not because of what you're saying, you haven't told them anything about it. They can just tell. Maybe you're not as talkative as you used to be. Or maybe your body language has shifted. Maybe you're a little shut off. Maybe you're a little avoidant. That's a form of emotional intelligence, being able to pick up on somebody's body language. Or how about within yourself? Recognizing your own frustration in the moment and pausing before you send that angry text, or before you yell at somebody, or before you growl and stomp out of the room. These are all examples of emotional intelligence, and these are all things that you might see throughout your life. Do you have any other examples of emotional intelligence? This is the moment where you can feel free to brag about yourself if you'd like. If you've shown emotional intelligence lately, feel free to, it's like, yeah, I was getting yelled at by some dude and I kept a cool head and I de-escalated the situation. Emotional intelligence. Like this slide, it's helpful. Metaphors and analogies and examples are all helpful, because what I've noticed is that people have many different ways of thinking, but if you can find the right connection to make with them, If you can give them the right analogy where they're just like, oh, that makes sense. Work at Jimmy John's? Yo, hook me up. Hook me up with some of them JJBLTs. Come on. Help a brother out. I need a sandwich. I'm hungry. Go, birds. Toasted or cold? They toast sandwiches at Jimmy John's now? It's been a while since I've been to Jimmy John's. Is identifying your feelings on the feeling wheel emotional intelligent? Or is that intrapersonal? Not to be too confusing, but I'll try to clear this up. We mentioned intrapersonal intelligence. That's just like interpersonal intelligence. Those are emotional intelligent expressions, but they're not entirely so we make a distinction between the two, but there is some crossover, and so I would say that you could classify them all as types of emotional intelligence, but emotional intelligence might be more like the umbrella, and then within that it's like interpersonal and intrapersonal. And so identifying your feelings, that's emotional literacy, and that is definitely emotional intelligence. Learning to identify and recognize how you feel while you're feeling it. I feel glad, I feel understood, I feel peaceful, I feel hungry. You need a JJBLT. The biggest one you can make. Then meet me out by the dumpster, because I'm not going to pay for it. I think that exercise helped me a lot when I was depressed. It's also a good way to help you to increase your self-awareness. A really important part of combating depression is recognizing, damn, I'm fucking depressed. I need to do something about this. I need to make some changes. This shit's not working anymore. I need to take a shower. I need to brush my teeth. I need to clean my room. I need to talk to my friends. I need to get back out there. I got a life out there waiting for me. I gotta go live it. I do need to clean my room. You deserve a clean room. Just saying, give yourself the gift of a clean room. You can listen to a podcast or an audiobook, or you could even listen to one of my VODs while you do it. Who knows? Whatever you want. And also, once you give it like a big, deep clean, it's so much easier to stay on top of it. Like, a dirty room can just feel overwhelming when there's like a pile of laundry and there's just clutter and there's just stuff all over the place. Shirts and stuff on tops of dressers, and there's socks and shit on the floor. It's like, it's overwhelming. But you deserve a clean room. We can get comfortable in a cluttered, messy environment, but I feel like it contributes to our anxiety. I feel like just having all of those things, like, it just gives you more shit to worry about, you know? Like, all of the stuff in your room should have a place that it belongs. It should have its home. Help it find its way home. If it's trash, its home is the trash can. If it's dirty sock, its home is the hamper. And then it's gonna soon get relocated to the washing machine. Cleaning your room when you're anxious or depressed helps so much. When you're depressed, it's very cathartic. It feels like I've been in a cocoon and I am now a butterfly. That's kind of how it feels. When you're anxious, it helps you to calm back down. You know, I'm a little agitated. I need to convert that energy into something productive and helpful. What better use for it? What better use for anxiety? You know, like, oh, I had a little bit of anxious energy and I get a clean room out of the deal? Fucking bet. I'll take that deal. Normally I just sit there and scroll on my phone with my anxiety, but that sounds way better. I'm not getting anything out of it. I would take that deal. Same with doing dishes by hand. If you have to do dishes by hand, which I've been there, I've had to do that, it sucks. But what I would recommend is if you have to do dishes by hand, just get into the habit of doing the dish as you use it. You use a plate, just wash the plate now. Don't let it sit, don't let it cake on, it's gonna get worse. You can rinse it, sure, but just, I like to just I'll just wash it, and it'll take me like 2 seconds, and then I'll put it on a little drying rack or whatever, and then I'm done. Also, learning to clean while you cook is invaluable. Don't have a dishwasher either. If you don't have a dishwasher, I feel bad for you. Because that means you're the dishwasher. It means you do have a dishwasher. Just that your dishwasher has a name. It's you. If you have the hookups, if you have the space for a dishwasher, I'd recommend it. They're not that expensive. You can get a dishwasher for like $200. You get a used one for free, probably. I gave my old one away. It worked fine. We just got a new one. Gave the old one away. Here you go. Have a dishwasher. All right. Enough about washing dishes. Let's talk about how you can build your emotional intelligence. The real meat of the presentation. If you're hungry, here you go. Emotional intelligence, it's something we can all improve. Alright? Something we're all working on. I'm working on it. Some of you are working on it. So, here are some things. Here are some strategies to build up your emotional intelligence. Wait, we're still talking about dishwashers. You're gonna pull me back in. You're gonna pull me back in. I get fixated on dishwashers for some reason. Probably because I'm the dishwasher here. I'm the one loading that bad boy up. It's gotten to the point where I don't like it when other people load the dishwasher because they do it wrong. That's where I'm at. I'm like, nah, this dish isn't gonna get cleaned. It has to be at this angle. You can't stack them up this way. It's not, nope, you gotta do it this way. I have a good flow state with my dishwasher, and so I can load it and unload it very quickly. I know where things need to go in it. I can do a full sink's worth of dishes in under 5 minutes. My BF literally watched a video on how to min-max the dishwasher. See, I just did it via trial and error the old-fashioned way, but I forget that you can just watch a YouTube video because some other person definitely they tried to run that experiment themselves and they filmed themselves doing it. But know that's definitely that's a good trait to have in a man. He doesn't like it when I do it. He has to rearrange. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. You'll notice, like, okay, if I put a bowl here, the bowl always gets clean. And so bowls will always just go in this way, in this direction. It's always bowls that are fucking people up. Plates in the dishwasher, plates are easy. It goes in the thing. It stands straight up. It's hard to put a plate in the wrong spot. Bowls, though, bowls fuck people up. People will put bowls just all over the place in the dishwasher, and I'm like, there's just no way. It's not gonna get clean. I don't like bowls. That's, I'm sorry, but that's an L take. The bowl is the best form of carrying food. It's shaped like your hand. You can carry it with you. You don't have to worry about things falling off the side. It can hold a liquid. It doesn't have to hold a liquid. It can have other shit in it. I'm pro bowl, so just this anti-bowl take is just... Exactly, it holds liquid. Are you anti-liquid? I don't like soup. Alright, get out. Get out. Anti a lot of things. Well, revisit stuff because your tastes might change. Your taste in things might change when you revisit them with a less anxious mind. And so if you have periods of life where you're high anxiety, that also has a way of restricting your tastes and preferences. You like things to be predictable and safe and comfortable. And so if you're in a part of your life where I'm like, anxiety isn't really much of a thing for me anymore, then revisit some of those things that you thought you might not have liked whenever you were, you know, a little bit more wound up. Dogs are out here howling. These dogs are howling. I'm gonna let them into the room. I'm not sure what they're out there barking at something. Actually, I'll just leave them out there. Forget them. Let them bark. I was outside. No, it's in the living room. Hold on, I'm gonna go tell them to knock it off. I don't know what they're barking at, but they're being goofy. Alright, party people, I'm back. I had to grab a snack. Alright, I've left you waiting long enough. Here are some strategies to help build up your emotional intelligence. If you want to build up your self-awareness, practicing mindfulness and journaling, this can help to make you more aware. Mindfulness is a simple practice, but you'll notice that it's something that's easier said than done. It's one of those, it's simple in concept. It's just recognizing what you're doing while you're doing it. Just being present and aware. But what you've probably noticed is that that's easier said than done. You're constantly getting pulled away into, well, in a couple hours I have to do this, and later this month I have to do this, and before the end of the day I need to get this done, and yesterday this thing happened, and a couple months ago that thing happened, and many years ago something happened. So mindfulness is all about being in the moment that you are in. It's just about being here. Now. And then when it comes to journaling, there's all sorts of different ways to journal. You know, you can journal however you want to. You could do doodles. You could just write down little notes about what happened that day. Or it can be longer and more fleshed out and more biographical. But the reason why it's so important is it allows you to engage in a form of self-expression. It allows you to take what's going on in your mind, something that is kind of ethereal, and makes it into something more real. Words on a page. I know someone who journals like a scrapbook with pictures, and I thought it was a great idea. Scrapbooking is kind of like an advanced form of journaling, right? It's like, I've seen some scrapbooks that people have done, and people will get really into it. I had plans to do a journal entry because I've got my journal here, but it's been a few months since I've written anything in it. The last time I wrote something in it was when I got Twitch Partner. Even if you don't write everything down in a journal, you are still journaling things in other ways. Let me explain. Whenever you talk to a friend about your day, that's a form of journaling almost. It's like, if it's written, if it's out there and you can review it, that's journaling. It's just communicating in a way that's more permanent than just speaking, unless you were recording it. Write yourself a nice note today. I think that's a very good idea. wouldn't know what to write, TBH. Here's the thing. You don't have to. You just gotta get started. Post-con depression? Which con? I'm not too up to date on the cons. Megaplex FurCon was a pretty big one. Pretty big one. Pretty big turnout. Yeah, even just writing down your accomplishments or your wins for the day, that's a great way to journal. Just like, today this happened, and it was pretty fucking cool. New record of 10K. You don't mind me asking some questions about the convention? So of the 10,000 approximate people that showed up, what ratio is like full suit to not suited? I've just always been trying to collect some data. On what percentage of furries wear the full suit. I didn't know you could go without a suit. You totally can. Now, I myself am not a furry, just for disclosure, but you know, you do you. I just think it's interesting. I'd say like 30%. That's a, oh yeah, that's a pretty, especially with it being so hot, that's a commitment. You know, whether or not you would wear a fursuit to a convention, you still have to appreciate a person's dedication to wearing a fursuit out in the heat. That's a feat of endurance. Also, some of those costumes, some of those suits, they are very elaborate, very expensive. You see all sorts of technology in those things. I bet some people have air conditioners built into their suit. You could probably do it. Put a couple computer fans in there. Get some airflow going. I was in full suit. 3,600. Yep, sounds about right. Would you notice, would you say that there's been a furflation? Would you say that prices of fursuits and equivalent things have gone up with other things in inflation? So would you go on the record with saying that the Trump administration is anti-furry? Tariffs have destroyed the furries. Damn, the Trump administration is really doing damage in ways you wouldn't fully understand. They are pretty much anti any hobby. It's like, damn, they really want us to have a revolution, don't they? Like, holy shit. Like, we can't retire, we can't own a home, we can't afford food, can't even buy a fucking fursuit anymore. It's like, the people have had enough. I'm gonna take one of my gummy vitamins. Being a furry and in a fursuit is a way of being my full self. And I love that for you. A harmless form of expression that helps you to feel more yourself. I support that. You know, that's just your way of doing it. Other people might have criticisms of it, but I'm like, those people suck anyway. Those people don't know how to have fun. I know it sounds silly, but it really does help my mental health. Then it's not silly. If it helps your mental health, then it's not silly. I am an ally to the furries, it's true. I've got nothing bad to say about somebody who's having harmless fun. You know? People will just go out of their way to feel superior and to bully others, and that's just a shitty way to be. Anyway, I got totally derailed because we started talking about furry stuff and any type of like niche counterculture. Like I get like that shit's like cocaine to me. Like anytime I have the opportunity to talk to somebody who's like, you know, in one of these like niche outlier, like I love it. I love talking to those people. I'm like, ooh, tell me all about that. I went to like a psychic festival, like a local psychic festival. I was like, huh, these people are getting aura photographs. These people are like, they were getting into all sorts of interesting stuff. I'm like, that shit's like a drug to me. All right. Let me get back on topic. Let me go ahead and put this train back on the rails. The brain train. I'm Brian Brain of the Brain Train. Another way that we can work on building up our emotional intelligence is practicing your active listening. Instead of just planning on what you're going to say in response to whatever the person who is talking, you actually listen to them. What do you think, Miss Poopy? Oh. I think Beaver's in here now, and I think...
It's Paul Remus here, tired of waiting for your dream life.
We're not doing it, Paul Remus. We're not doing it. I think, yeah, Beaver's in here. She just noticed, and I think she's... She just noticed that her brother was in the room, and so she's gonna go mess with him. Practicing your active listening is helpful because it teaches you how to respond instead of just react. You You know, it also shows the people in your life, the people that you care about them. By being present and oriented towards them. I've found that one of the most compassionate things you can do for another human is to just actively listen to them. And what you'll notice in a lot of people when you do start to practice actively listening, you'll notice that there are a lot of people out there who are just aching to be heard. And so it'll make you feel good. It'll make you feel good. It'll make you feel like I'm helping people to fill a need. Alright, another way you can build up your emotional intelligence is to start paying closer attention to people's body language. Or paying attention to their tones or their facial expressions. Start paying attention to what goes on outside of the words somebody says. Understanding body language is the difference of knowing when to come in for a hug versus knowing when to back away because I'm about to get slapped. That's why it's important to understand body language. Let me ask you this. Have you ever been in a situation where it wasn't what somebody said, it was how they said it? Would you agree that sometimes it's more important how a person says something versus what it is they actually say? So, don't just pay attention to what somebody is saying, pay attention to how they say it. And pay attention to what their face is doing when they're talking to you. Because these bad boys, these have a hard time deceiving. You know, you'll notice that there are certain parts of a person's face that are just a dead giveaway about how they feel on the inside. I struggle with tone and I have no idea how to fix it. With interpreting other people's tones. Like people say I sound disinterested or rude when I'm not trying to be. Oh, our own tone. As awkward as it will be, one of the things that will really help you with that is to record your voice and listen to it. Play it back to yourself. Another thing that can help is to smile a little bit when you're talking. If you're talking about something and it's something that I should be appearing more excited about or something I should be happier about, the shape of my mouth will interfere with the tone that I speak. And so if I have this dour look on my face and I'm like, yeah, I'm having so much fun. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm so excited. It's going to be a bit more flat. Whereas if I'm more open, I'm more elevated, I move it up into a higher register because that's the part of my face that I'm activating. My voice sounds a bit happier. I sound a little bit more joyful to be here, you know? And so the shape of your face also can influence the tone that you make. Like if I had my face like this, I can't help but sound pretty sad. It's hard to make this face and sound happy. I'm trying, but I just can't really figure out how to do it. So if I look miserable, I might sound miserable? That's my theory. That's my theory. If you want to sound happier, try to look happier. You will sound happier as a byproduct of carrying yourself in a happier way. That means widening your eyes a little bit, smiling, you know, holding your head up instead of tucking it away. Pausing before reacting. Emotional intelligence means you are able to give yourself the space that you need to provide a thoughtful response. You know, the times when we lash out at our angriest are those moments when we just immediately react. It's a very reactive emotion. When we give ourselves space to think about it and come up with our response, we typically are able to have a much more emotionally grounded position. And so, if you need time, just practice this. If you need a moment in conversation, just indicate to the other person that you are thinking. Maybe stroke your chin in contemplation. Maybe go, That'll give you the time you need to come up with your response. Even if your response is, "That's very interesting. You've given me a lot to think about." How many seconds is a good pause if I were timing it without me seeming weird? If you indicate to the other person that you're thinking, I am digesting what you said to me. You know, I'm communicating with my body language that you've given me a lot to think about, so I'm nodding, I'm showing that I'm thinking, That'll buy you a good 5 seconds, easy. And I feel like a pause can go to 10 seconds comfortably. People start to get uncomfortable with a pause around like a little bit beyond 10 seconds. Once you start to get towards like 15 seconds, that's when people start to feel uncomfortable with the silence and they start talking again. So I can say that you comfortably have at least 10 seconds to come up with a reply before the other person gets uncomfortable with the silence and just starts yapping again. Even if you feel like I can't come up with a response in that amount of time and I kind of shut down, all you have to say is, "That's very interesting. You've given me a lot to think about. I'll think about that. I'll keep that in mind." You know, just let them know like, "Hey, yeah, what you said was some real shit. And so I'm gonna let it rattle around in the old noggin for a little while." That's a fine way to have a conversation. Or just ask him a question. Oh, where'd you hear that? Where'd you get the idea for that? What was that like? My mind can just draw blanks. A blank mind gives you a lot of space to work with. Oh my god. Beaver, I don't have room for 2 cats up here. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Just gonna start licking her head right there. Right in front of my PowerPoint. She said, that's enough. I'll lick your head. Show you how it's really done, you idiot. Big orange cat butt in my face. Am I really gonna have to? Okay, we'll try. We'll try to make it work. We'll try to make it work if you guys can squeeze. Oh, she left. She didn't want to sit next to you. She said you stink. She said you stink? She said she did not want to sit next to you? Anyway, the next time you feel like I have to engage, just think about forming a response rather than just going with your gut reaction. Lastly, oh, I skipped one. Trusted friends. Honest feedback. This can be a game changer. You know, just having somebody in your life that you can go to for some honest feedback. Somebody that you can trust. Like, hey, was I in the wrong there? Did I come across as a little harsh? Was I laying it on a little thick? It's important to remember that your perspective on your life is just one perspective on the bigger truth. And so we need other people that can offer us outside perspective so that we can see the bigger picture. You also have friends that you can talk to about it. Maybe they'll tell you got nothing to worry about. Maybe they tell you that you got resting bitch face. You know? I mean, I had resting bitch face, but I had to work on it. I didn't realize. I was like, damn, I look angry all the time. No wonder people always ask me, are you alright? You look angry. I'm like, no, I'm fine. I was just like glowering the whole time. But I didn't feel like I was. And I didn't necessarily even feel angry or anything. I just had that look on my face. I'm like, oh, I need to relax. Lastly, empathy. Empathy is a skill that you can practice. So practice putting yourself in another person's shoes and imagine what their life is like from their perspective. Try this with anyone you meet. That's what I try to do. I try to do it for just like anybody I can come across. It's like, this is another opportunity to practice empathy. You want to practice? I volunteer. Just practice on me. Practice putting yourself in my position. Imagine viewing things from my perspective. My perspective? I'm staring at this big orange cat. He's grabbing the camera. If I was you, I'd be surrendering myself to joy, enjoying Beavis. That's what I'm doing with my left hand. I'm petting him right on the head. Hanging out with my boy. Good job. You were right on the nose. Any thoughts or questions about any of these strategies on building emotional intelligence before we move on? Put these in my toolbox. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. It's clear to me so far. Like we said before, like you're pretty good at this. Just taking it all in. Uploading data. Right, let's wrap it up. Emotional intelligence. It's a lifelong skill. It's something you can practice. It's something that can get stronger. And it can provide a lot of positive benefit to your life. So it's worth doing the work. It means understanding yourself more deeply. It means connecting with others more meaningfully. And it allows you to face life's challenges with resilience. My only concern is I feel like I don't have many trusted friends anymore to even get honest feedback. And this is where sometimes having the unbiased perspective of a third party, just somebody who doesn't really know you at all, so therapy really, in a way, it's a therapeutic sense of perspective. Like, imagine this. Imagine you're out in public. You're out in the city. You're in downtown New York. You're in Manhattan. You're in Times Square. And you're looking up and you're taking pictures. And you're just so caught up in the moment. And you turn around and you accidentally elbow somebody right in the face. And they say, "Hey, watch it, asshole." And you're like, "But I'm not an asshole. I don't identify as an asshole. I'm a good person. I'm not mean. I'm not hateful. That guy doesn't know me. He had no right to call me an asshole." But in that moment, you were. But in that moment, you were. You weren't paying attention to your surroundings, and you bumped into somebody, and so in that moment, you were at least acting like an asshole. And so sometimes just the unbiased, unfiltered perspective that you can get from someone outside yourself, from someone outside of, your social circle, somebody who doesn't know all the lore, all the details, they have a complete unbiased perspective on you, that can be helpful in its own way. building up trusted relationships takes time. And so just find people that you're willing to start planting seeds with, and then allow those relationships to grow into a nice healthy bush. Nice healthy I don't know, what kind of plant do you want to plant? Like a berry bush, a big tree, a cactus? Probably not a cactus. Is emotional age a useful term or a red herring? I think it depends on the context in which you use it. I would say that someone's emotional age is how do you, well, hold on. Emotional age. I think a person's emotional expression can vary depending on the circumstances or the situation that they're in. You might have a person that's very put together at work, but at home they're a big baby. They're constantly throwing temper tantrums. And so a person's emotional age can be contextual. It can be based on a person's mood. It can be based on a person's environment. It can be based on who they're engaging with. Some people tend to act a little bit younger when they're around their parents, for example. And so I guess it just comes down to what age a person is acting like. You've probably talked to full-grown adults who have the coping skills of teenagers. You've probably met some overgrown children in your travels. Anyway, it's not a term that I often use, so I think we talk about that concept, though, in many different ways. I normally use the term a person's emotional development rather than their emotional age, because development can occur outside of age as far as emotional development goes. I've met some kids who were very emotionally developed, and I've met some very underdeveloped adults. And so I like to use that instead of, like, emotional age. I'm like, if there's an adult who's acting like a child, I will say that they are emotionally underdeveloped. But I won't say that their emotional age is 6. Anyway, it's about opening the door, and you don't have to fling the door open. You can open the door slowly. If you're working on opening up to trust, it's okay. Do it at a pace that feels comfortable for you. Consider how even small shifts in your emotional awareness could help to improve your relationships, or your work, or your inner peace. Think about how great of a night Goobens is gonna have, not having to worry about what sort of batshit texts they're gonna get from their shitty ex. So I have some questions. kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but I want to ask you again now that we've had some time to think about it. I want you to think about your own strengths. Which components of emotional intelligence would you say come most naturally to you? Think I'm good at empathy? I would agree. Do you want me to pull them back up? Do you want me to pull them back up, or we probably understand them enough you can probably... You already know. Empathy, but I want to work on the regulation so I can help people better. Were you here for Nervous System Regulation Day? Nervous system regulation. It's a game changer. Especially if you feel like I'm stuck or I've hit a wall with my progress. I care deeply about people even when I probably shouldn't. That is emotional awareness. You are aware of your pattern. But now that you're aware of it, you have the power to change it. And so, what areas are taking too much from you, and what other areas need more tending? We're going to take a sort of internal inventory and figure out where things need to be reallocated. Plenty of patterns that I detect, but I still make the bad choice anyway due to lack of self-control. Just another area for growth. You're still growing. Just keep working on it. It's not like you completely lack self-control. You have some self-control. If you had no self-control, you would be robbing banks and running around naked and starting fires and, just going behind the counter at the fast food restaurant and just helping yourself to the French fries. You do have self-control. There are just certain areas that you need to tweak your self-control levels. That's much more manageable than feeling like you have to manifest self-control out of nothingness. You already have a lot of self-control. You just need to fine-tune it. So, which areas of emotional intelligence might challenge you the most? So people mentioned regulation. Regulation can be a tricky one to learn because a lot of what goes on in regulation is body-based. And that can sometimes be a little physically uncomfortable as you get used to it, like mindfully breathing, slowing down my breathing, regulating myself, being more responsive instead of reactive, taking time, because people will test you. The thing about this is that this shit would be easy if people weren't always testing you all the time. Because they are. People are testing you all the time. They're gonna see what they can get away with. They're gonna see what they can say that makes you feel some type of way. It's gonna happen. The pattern on overly fixating on one aspect of life is a challenge for me. Do you fixate it on it? Do you fixate on it to some sort of feeling of resolution? Do you feel like, okay, I've fixated on this enough, I can move on to something else? Because if that's the case, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That could be a very powerful tool. That could help you to really stay on top of stuff and really get some great work done. Being able to pay close attention to stuff is a skill, but it's a skill that you have to learn how to use. People don't like it. It's cringe to obsess about something. To what degree are you obsessing? Do you feel like they are accurate or valid in their criticisms? How intense would you say the fixation is? Because that matters. It's relevant data. I'm going to say that odds are they probably just misunderstand you and mislabel you because that's what people do. When I'm struggling mentally, my emotional intelligence drops. It's true. Being stuck in survival mode, it's like being stuck on low battery mode. Can't open all the apps. Gotta dim the brightness. Gotta lower the processing speed. You're in power saving mode. Anyway, if you find that you're fixating too much on stuff, try to take an effort to actively do nothing. Give your brain a break from being constantly dialed in. Find 10, 20 minutes in a day where you can just have to do absolutely nothing. Nothing. It's something worth doing. So let's say that you were able to build up your skills as far as your emotional intelligence goes. How do you think that that could possibly change your daily life? Let's say that you made some progress. A reasonable amount of progress. Let's say that this is something that you chose to work on over the next few months. And let's say that you're checking in with yourself at the first of the year, as many people do. They like to check in with themselves and their progress on the first of the year. So let's say that up until that point, you were working on it. You were working on it. Maybe not every day. Maybe not every day. but you still put in an honest effort and you made some progress, you made some growth. How would that feel? Looking back and reflecting, how would that feel being in that new position? What sort of changes might you see in your daily life? Hold on, I'm gonna read your mind. I would probably be less stressed. I would probably be a bit happier. I made progress yesterday, reflected on my actions, and it does feel great to break the cycle. Hell yeah. Break the cycle and stop doubling down. There are a lot of people out there who are very driven by their own ego, and the ego doesn't like to be wrong because it makes them feel bad, makes them feel insecure, makes them feel stupid. And so people don't like to be wrong. And so they double down. They double down on their own wrongness, and they just continue to dig the hole deeper and deeper and deeper, and they find themselves more and more isolated, finding themselves in tighter and tighter echo chambers. So break the cycle, open up. What you've probably been able to notice, maybe you haven't been there firsthand, but you are aware that these places exist. No matter how terrible of an opinion you have, there is a place that you can go where people will agree with you. So just think about that. So just think about what type of energy you want to be putting out there and what type of energy you want to be headed your way. It felt so good when I decided that I no longer have a need to believe I'm the smartest person in the room. Amen to that one. That one's quite a load off, isn't it? You know what I say? Well, I stole this from somebody else. I don't know who originally said it, but you could probably look it up. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're not learning shit. If you're the dumbest person in the room, you've got nothing but things to learn. Like, wow, look at all these brilliant minds. I've got so much I can learn from them. It's not about being the smartest, it's about your willingness to learn. Yeah, people get really hung up on the importance of their own intelligence. And the thing is the further you pursue a line of academic theory, you study something up until the cutting edge of that research, what you'll realize is that, wow, there's a lot of shit I don't know. The more things you learn, the more things you realize there are to learn. Like, damn. Here I am, a master in my field of cellular biology, but I have no idea how to cook an omelet or clear a clogged drain. I don't know how to build a house. I don't know how to fix my car. There are people out there who are probably operating on brains who have a hard time operating a coffee maker. There are probably people out there doing complex surgical procedures that could not tell you how to restart the internet. How do I fix the internet? The internet's out. Just reset the router. What's that? The router? Is that my computer? Is the router in my computer? So I turned off my computer already. I'm giving some of you who have worked in tech support flashbacks, so I'll stop. Sometimes I think ignorance is bliss. True. Doesn't mean you don't keep learning, but you can also just embrace your own ignorance about things. When they say ignorance is bliss, that doesn't mean just be a buffoon. What that means is, if there's something in life that you know nothing about, be excited to learn about it. That's blissful. Anyway, this has been an introduction to emotional intelligence. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Slides? The link's updated. The link's updated, you're good to go. Give yourself some credit too. You, as a group, you are more emotionally intelligent than the national average or the world average, probably. I became more aware of some stuff I need to work on for sure. And that can sometimes feel like a bad thing. It can feel like, oh, here we go, something else that's wrong with me, something else to work on. But eventually you get to a point where you get excited when you find new stuff to work on. Because you'll get to a point where you're like, all right, I feel like I've got it under control. Like, what else? We are always a work in progress. We're never quite finished. And so, there's no problem with always having new avenues for growth. Just seems to me that people are so quick to mock and exclude people who overreact instead of finding another way to work with them. And that really speaks to the low level of emotional intelligence that we have at a baseline. Emotional intelligence is something that we could be teaching to people more regularly. It's something that we could be teaching to children, but we don't. We don't really teach them how to regulate their emotions or how to have an effective conversation. We just let them figure it out on their own, and you can see where that's gotten us. let me just say that the most common thing I see in people, like if I were to just share with you like the most widespread trait that I will pick up on in people, I see people who are good and well-intentioned. They're just afraid. Life is confusing. Life is scary. We're all trying to cope with it in ways that work for us. And so, while we don't want to be judged by those who will judge us, we also need to find ways to forgive them for being judgmental. Why were they judgmental? Social pressures? Learned behaviors? Or maybe they just really were a dick. Forgiving your trespasses and forgiving those who have trespassed against us. Are people cruel to people who show emotional dysregulation? Because they don't know how to handle it. And whenever a situation comes up that people don't know how to handle, they don't handle it well. By the way, I think I missed it earlier because it was that new combo thing that Twitch was doing, and so it wasn't telling me who was actually giving me bits. Dirt or Bust, thank you for the bits. People don't take into account that you might have issues. That's why you gotta find your people. You gotta find your people. We can't expect everybody to be our people. We can peacefully coexist, but we don't have to entangle. It's really nice to feel like you belong somewhere where you don't have to explain yourself. Any last thoughts on this topic? We have a lot to think about. Have you thought about where you're going to spend your skill points the next time you visit your character screen? I don't know about you, but I've been maxing out my luck stat. It's my favorite stat. Going all in on luck. Going for a luck build. Loved this topic. Thank you. I feel like this is a topic that you also understand enough about where if you were to engage with somebody else on the topic, you could have an educated conversation about it. What you'll find is that in learning, you will teach, and in teaching, you will learn. So if you like this material, go talk to somebody else about it. You might teach them something, and you might learn something new about yourself. concept of emotional intelligence implies that an emotional genius might exist, and that is fascinating. I'm working on it. I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there. Maybe someday I will be a being of pure light. No, I think I have met some emotional geniuses, if I'm being honest. I've met some people who were so incredibly compassionate and patient and kind that I found it astounding. Like, even in moments where it's like, I can't talk to him because I'm going to be mean to him. And then seeing them, like, be patient with them instead, I'm like, I'm glad you stepped up. I'm trying to I work on my emotional intelligence every day. And let me tell you, it can sometimes leave me feeling like an emotional dumbass. People will just come up to me and talk to me. Now, what does that say about the energy that you emit as a person? What does that say about the vibe that you're sending out there into the universe? That people just come up to you and talk to you. Alrighty. Caught up with the questions. Caught up with the presentation. You never know who you could meet. Strangers are just friends that you haven't met yet. Why am I down so far on this one? What the hell? What the hell? Why am I down here? Hold on. There's a way to fix this, but I don't know how. There's a way to fix this, but I don't know what it is. Okay, so when I move that one, they all move, which means I need to move this one. So now, okay. But why is it still messed up on, because I can see what it's broadcasting to YouTube. This is what it's broadcasting out to YouTube, and you see that it doesn't have me in the corner, and that's concerning. I move myself all the way up here, like I don't move. Why don't I, like I'm not moving in that overlay? Weird. I'm gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna have to fix it. We're having movie night? You bet your bottom dollar. Hey, Zach, how you doing? Zachip, how you doing? Can we watch The Room? Not this time. Good question. What movie you want to watch? I should see what's on the Plex server. That way I don't have to download anything. Oh, my login expired to the Plex server. I'll have to log in again another time. Well, I'll figure out what to watch. It'll be something good. We watched District 9 last week. For a few of you, that was your first... For a few of you, that was your first viewing. Oh yeah, okay, you reminded me. The movie that I wanted to watch, I'm remembering now. The movie that I wanted to watch, I noticed that it was available for free on YouTube. So I was going to... I used that as a way to remember, but I don't remember the actual movie. So that's not helpful. I mean, it's kind of helpful. I just have to go to the YouTube Free Movies channel and scroll around until I see the movie I want to watch. Like, oh yeah, it was that one. Oh shit, Idiocracy? That's the one. We're watching Idiocracy. That's the one. That's the one I wanted us to watch, is Idiocracy. Now it's from 2006, so it might have some dated jokes, but you're okay with that. We're all grown-ups here. I don't know what we were thinking in the early 2000s. We were just throwing around slurs back then. It was wild. You go back and you watch some of these movies, you're like, what the fuck was wrong with us? But anyway. Anyway, if you haven't seen this, there's the Free Movies channel on YouTube, and they have tons of movies. Oops, I didn't mean to click all about the Benjamins. I was trying to go to the next page. Anyway, we'll watch Idiocracy later. We'll do movie night here in about an hour and a half, so it gives you time to go get some dinner. Fifth Element's free on there. There's some good movies. There's some good movies on the free YouTube. Like, don't sleep on the free YouTube. They got John Wick 1, 2, and 3. Alright, so that'll be the plan. That'll be the plan. Let's see who's streaming. Yeah, they've got some pretty good movies on the free YouTube. The Hollow Knight sequel, it's a sequel, right? The Hollow Knight sequel came out today. I never played the first one, but I noticed that the first one is available on PlayStation Plus. So that's probably what I'm about to go do. I'm about to go download the first game, and I can play that one now that everybody's playing the sequel. everybody. Alrighty. They want to see you, Beaver. They want to see you. Just look at him. Oh, look at the size of this boy. He's hungry. He's hungry, that's why he's in a mood. He's hungry, that's why he's in a mood. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. I will see you all next time. I'll see you all tomorrow. We'll be back with more. Hope y'all have a great night. I got Beaver down here moving my green screen because he's ready for dinner. So I'm going to go feed the cats. I'm going to go get some food. And we'll be doing movie night in the Discord in an hour and a half. So we'll see you there. Later, everybody. Bye-bye.